Good afternoon. Today is May 11th, 2026, and this is the City of Prescott Budget Workshop meeting. And I can see that the audience is brimming with concerned taxpayers out there. I think I see maybe 3. So let's take it away, and we'll have roll call next.
Mayor Rusing.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Fruworth.
Here.
Councilwoman Frederickson.
Here.
Councilman Gambogi.
I am here.
Councilman Gehring.
Here.
Councilman Grady.
Here.
And Councilman Ruby.
Here.
All are present.
Okay, thank you. Next item.
Presentation and discussion regarding the fiscal year 2027 Budget Workshop 2.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I'm Lars Johnson, Finance Director, and as you all mentioned, we have workshop number 2 today. So this workshop will cover the following departments: Public Works, Community Development, Recreation Services, and Airport. There will also be a very emphasis on the capital plan today. You'll recall 2 weeks ago we had workshop 1. In that workshop, we went through a budget overview. We also discussed certain departments such as the administrative departments, police, fire, courts, and library. So this is a continuation of the conversation. And also wanted to mention up front, we've scheduled on the May 26th voting meeting a follow-up agenda item on the budget for council to have additional conversation of things that are brought up during these 2 workshops. We will bring back to you on that day to discuss further, and staff will have further proposals for you on those items. So I wanted to bring this budgeted fund balance slide to workshop 2, and the reason is eligible uses of fund balance are capital projects, one-time uses. We don't want to see, as a fiscal stable city, we don't want to see use of fund balance for ongoing needs, but for one-time projects, capital projects, it's a eligible use. Overall, I'll walk through actually what's on the slide. So beginning projected fund balance is the balance in that fund or fund category as of July 1st, 2026. And then the net changes with the budget, revenues expected minus expenditures, including capital, there's a net change that gets you to the ending fund balance at the end of fiscal year 27. So that'd be June 30, 2027. Some of these fund categories will have additional slides throughout the presentation. So especially in water, wastewater, solid waste, golf, and airport, you have a separate fund statement we'll go through. And streets fund. The general fund we talked about mainly in the previous workshop. So I'll walk through that here. Under the fund balance detail, there's an operating policy. What that means is by budget policy adopted by council, a minimum fund balance in the general fund should be 20% of operating revenue. So that's what's reserved as the minimum fund balance. Then we have internal loans that's been extended to other funds, and that's mainly the solid waste fund and airport fund at this point. Long-term obligations are retirement accrued benefits that we reserve an amount that we can pay employees when they retire. And then we have the 2 remaining categories. One is specific programs projects. That's the public safety tax initiative balance expected at the end of fiscal year 27. And then what's unassigned are things that don't particularly have an earmark. And that's, as you'll see, it's only in the general fund do we have that category. That's the most flexible use of fund balance that the city has for council's consideration. The other funds, when you have a fund balance, that has to be used for the restricted purpose. The revenue was collected for a reason, and that then has to be spent for that reason. Very quickly, I have a few slides on capital improvement program, and that's just to give you sort of an overview, and then as Public Works and Airport Recreation Services comes up in airport, they will all talk about their projects more in detail. here at the city, we do a 5-year capital plan. So that would be fiscal years 27, which would be our adopted budget, and then 4 additional years after that. The future years column represents projects within the 5-year plan that would continue after. So that's not all future years, obviously, but it's just to complete out that project or that category. So for example, under wastewater treatment, we have the expansion of the wastewater treatment plant by the airport starting in fiscal year 31. To finish out that project, there's an amount assigned so that we get the full picture of that project. Overall, that's for the 5-year plan, $681.6 million for the 5 years. And then when you add that $180 million for the future year column, you'll see the total at the bottom of $862.5. So the 5-year plan gives council a view of upcoming infrastructure needs so we can proactively manage the cost rather than react to emergencies. It also strengthens transparency and long-term financial stability by aligning major investments with community priorities and available funding. So as you'll see, this is very summarized in nature. I want to show, for the benefit of the public, also how to get to the detail here. So I'll bring up, sorry, let me see the mic. I'll bring up the capital plan on the city's website so that you can see how to navigate the detail real quick. Okay, so from the city's webpage, if you would go to departments, then budget and finance. On the right-hand column, we're putting all of the resources for this current budget process. So if you navigate then to the current day's workshop and the 5-year capital plan, this would give the detail of each project under the categories presented for fiscal years 27 through 31, and 32 represents the future year columns here. And if there's a particular project you would have interest in, you could navigate to the project detail tab on the top. And we have established detail underneath each one, so you could click on the project. It would give you a description and the funding plan. Very good. So now, just one slide for me, and then I'll be ready to pass it on to the next presenter. This gives you a summary of this total plan by fund type for expenditures. This is a visual representation that indicates the largest percentage of our capital plan is for our enterprise funds, and that's to be expected with our utilities, water, wastewater projects. General fund, you'll notice, is 27 and 28 is higher, and then it kind of decreases from there. And with that, I'd be happy to turn it over to the city manager to present the next few slides.
Yes, we have a comment.
Lars, I had a comment about the prior slide,
Yes.
and I'm looking at the wastewater plant expansion at the airport of over 60 million. Is that centralization?
If you could, council member, I'd like to defer that to the Public Works team when they're up here later. Or Gwen, you could come up now, either way.
Good afternoon, Mayor Council. So, Councilman Gehring, we're going to commission a study. We have that in our budget for this year to look at all of the projects that we've done and all of the projects that need to be done to ascertain what percentage of them, if any, is attributable to centralization. I think there's an argument that can be made that the expansion of the plant is as a result of growth, not necessarily the centralizing of the two plants, but there may be a part of it that is attributable to centralization. So again, we're going to commission a study to have that analysis done and hopefully answer that question in full for you. But at this time, that's really about all I can tell you.
Okay, thank you. When do you expect that study to be done?
We have a scope in place. We're hoping to bring a contract to council in early July.
All right, thank you.
Mayor,
Yes, Mary.
before we let Lars step away, looking at that most recent slide that you put up, the capital improvement plan fund type, there was reference in other slides for the library and donation being a big chunk, if not the majority of their capital improvement. Are the donations, is the donation for the library or other donations reflected here in this slide?
Yes, good question. So several of our projects have multiple funding sources. This particular project you brought up with the library being donation funded, that would fall under the special revenue type. So it would be in that pale green color.
Thank you.
One question from me, Lars. I don't see impact fees in here. Do they not figure into the capital improvement plan?
They actually, Mayor, they do figure into the plan. The governmental impact fees are under the capital project fund type, so that's the gray color. So the governmental ones are for police, fire, and streets. That's under that category. And then enterprise fund related impact fees are collected and paid for out of the enterprise funds themselves. So water, wastewater impact fees would be under enterprise funds.
All right, thank you. Any more questions for Lars? All righty.
Okay. So as we did last week, we always want to make sure we've got our strategic plan out front and that we're following that plan. And so again, like we did a couple weeks ago, I'd like to just review a couple things you'll see today, and we can talk about them more specifically as we get to those departments. But again, just aligning our activities with what we said we'll do.
I see.
Very good. So last week, or 2 weeks ago, we talked about the public safety, the dynamic economic environment, and the good governance sections. This week, we'll be talking about the infrastructure section and the preserving and protecting the natural environment and community livability section. So you'll see throughout the conversation today, again, within that infrastructure section of our strategic plan, each item being hit and keeping us on track with the deadlines in the plan, including the root cause analysis for our traffic transportation, looking at how to improve flows. You see the other studies listed there. For the regional road network, the conversation we'll have about the Yavapai plan and their funding, and also the capital projects that are happening along 89 and Willow Creek Road. The long-term water management plan is continuing, and the 5-year capital includes improvements for the rodeo ground, the utility condition analysis, and the airport terminal parking and terminal development plan. So all are included here. Priority number 4, the natural environment and community livability. Again, hitting all of the points in the plan. So trail connectivity and outdoor recreation includes the land development code updates, and Yavapai plan, which is doing a lot of work around the trail connectivity and wildlife corridors. The Parks and Recreation Master Plan is here. The open space acquisition framework is proposed, and the library services expansion for North Prescott, all here in the plan. So any questions on the link with the strategic plan?
I have a question.
Ted?
Down in that next to last bullet point, open space acquisition framework, are we looking to buy more open space?
So the framework is about establishing the criteria by which we could consider whether it makes sense to purchase or not purchase open space. Whether we actually make a transaction is up to the council. But this is about trying to evaluate what we should be looking for. Okay. And if there are no other questions, we can jump into departments. So community development is first, and Chelsea Walton.
Great. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, council members, Chelsea Walton, Community Development Director. And my team is the team that services Prescott's development needs. It's the stellar team over at Community Development. And I wanted to, before we break into the organizational chart, just share with you that we updated our mission a couple of years ago. And I know many of you may have seen this already, but we wanted to complement what council had approved for the organization overall. Thus, the mission of community development is to provide outstanding development services to support a safe and vibrant future while preserving Prescott's historic past. So the department has 26 full-time staff members within our 6 divisions. And drilling into our services a bit, going from right to left on our functional org chart here, I'll start with our Water Resources Division. They seek to protect the area's natural resources through the development and implementation of water quality and water resource management strategies. This includes meeting the objectives and guidelines of the current water management policy, requirements of ADEQ and ADWR. The Water Resources team also provides technical support for the Big Chino Water Ranch, operates and maintains the water resources management model, and develops water conservation outreach programs. So a small but mighty team there. Our next up is the Private Engineering Plan Review team, which supports private development efforts within the city and the city's utility service areas. Through the permitting process, this team ensures that private development complies with adopted codes and standards, and also coordinates private development with capital infrastructure projects and administers the permitting portion of the city's floodplain ordinance. Next up, the Planning and Zoning team oversees long-range planning efforts, processes entitlement requests, historic preservation ordinances and compliance, and various land use permits while providing staff support for a number of cities' boards and commissions. Additionally, the division manages our pre-application conference process and administers our community development block grant program. The building safety team processes permits, provides building plan review, conducts inspections of construction for life safety aspects and building code compliance to ensure requirements are met that safeguard the public health, safety, and welfare. Once certificate of occupancies are issued, then the neighborhood services team seeks to continue protecting the public health, welfare, and safety while ensuring every citizen has the right to a clean, enjoyable neighborhood, enforcing private property codes and ordinances, as well as resolving citizen-generated code complaints through a process of notification and education to obtain voluntary compliance. That's the goal. And then last but not least is our operations division, which provides internal support for the entire department, providing for staff development, internal process development and oversight, as well as managing our records retention processes. So the Community Development Department, usually referred
Madam
to as...
Mayor, I have a question.
Oh, yes, Ted.
On your previous slide,
Yes, sir.
Chelsea, I have to use my magnifier on my phone. On building safety,
Yes, sir.
we've heard some presentations from fire about code. You know, if your wood deck's worn out,
Oh, sure.
how do you replace it? How are you coordinating with them?
What an excellent question. So I think the recent information council has received is relative to the Wildland Urban Interface Code. And for that code in particular, community development interfaces very closely with the fire team. So there are components of plan review that are are reviewed for wildland urban interface compliance and then also inspections. So many times, because they have 2 full-time reviewers, maybe one in training, and then 2 inspectors that also do plan review, we are training our staff to provide oversight relative to inspections in the field, so that while our team is already on site inspecting other items relative to building code compliance, we can also look at wildland urban interface items while we're there on site, saving the fire department time, and it's not a huge lift for our team, just requires a little bit of training. So we interface quite closely on the wildland urban interface code.
It's only fitting that an excellent question have an excellent answer. Thank you.
You're quite welcome, sir. So the Community Development Department, we affectionately refer to as ComDev, is primarily funded out of the general fund, as you can see on this slide. Our fiscal goal is to promote cost recovery through our permitting fees. The special revenue funds portion of that is the grant monies we manage, and the smallest amount from the enterprise fund covers our private engineering and water resource teams. For our next slide, this is the ComDev's expenditure summary minus water resources, which we'll cover separately next. So right off the bat, you'll notice increases from FY25 to FY26. This is largely due to a reorganization of the private engineering review team from public works to community development. We also had one-time expenses during that fiscal year due to the department's physical move. And then we were approved for 3 major projects in fiscal year 26, one of which, as Dallin already covered in the strategic plan section, is our land development code, which ties back to Council's strategic priority number 4, result number 1 regarding trail connectivity, outdoor recreation, and wildlife corridors. So any questions on this slide from Council?
Yes, I think we have several. Chelsea, I'll start off. Several years ago, we approved outsourcing the plans for approval for our mass developers, mass projects up in like Depot Ranch. Is that currently in effect? How much is that costing, and is it beneficial?
Great question. So we do not actively outsource plan review in the Community Development Department right now. Several years ago, there was a mayoral task force relative to building, and one way we helped streamline permitting activities was what we call a permits for mass graded subdivisions. So a model site permit, which only takes my team between 5 and 10 business days. Typically, we can get a model site put on a mass graded subdivision lot, typically in the South Ranch development in Deepwell. It's open to other mass graded subdivisions as well. But what the larger builders have is a suite of model home plans, which some refer to as canned plans. And so what they do when applying, those are pre-reviewed, already approved by the department. We hold them on file. And when they're ready to go vertical with one, they say, we're going to build this plan and put it on this lot. And at that point, the team simply reviews how the site connectivity works, how the utilities interface with the vertical construction for that particular lot, and how it works on that site that's selected. So that's the truncated review portion, and that costs the city nothing. But we do have retained contracts for on-call services if the department becomes inundated or, God forbid, flu wipes some plan reviewers out. So right now, we're not expending funds for outside plan review.
Okay, thanks for that clarification. We got Patrick next.
Thank you. So see kind of a wide variation from fiscal year to fiscal year on other services and charges. Can you explain that?
Yes, sir. Great question. And Could you imagine? We prepared for that question. So the fiscal year 24 to 25, that line captures, in addition to our grant monies, it also captures our rollover grant monies. It captures projects that we had approved that did not get done. So for that 1.1 million in FY26, that included the land development code update, which we budgeted for about 200,000. It also had our operational analysis, which is coming to council tomorrow from the consultant, a fee study update that is also coming to council in the next few weeks. So those projects were not approved, obviously, the prior fiscal year, and they bumped up the dollar amount on that line item between FY25 and FY26.
Sorry, so keep going. So then projected is 736 for the fiscal year that we're currently in, and then next year it bumps up another 500,000?
Correct. So we're not expending all of the monies that were budgeted in FY26. Like I mentioned, the land development code project did not get underway, so we've pushed that forward. So that's why that amount has retained over to the FY27 budget. And then the FY27 budget also contains budgeted monies for the general plan update, as well as our historic preservation master plan update. So we're not going to spend everything budgeted. We're not going to spend everything for this fiscal year. And some of those projects are going to be wrapped up, like the ops analysis and the fee study, and then the new projects that'll be underway shortly are the land development, or the other ones I mentioned.
Thank you.
Okay, any other comments? Sounds like you got a lot of irons in the fire.
We do, ma'am, and we're happy to have them. Any other questions? All right, we will jump on over to the Water Resources Division portion. So the Water Resources Division is primarily funded out of the enterprise fund, with amount coming from the debt service category. That's primarily for the Big Chino Water Ranch, and then small program revenues, which are primarily reimbursement district fees, mostly in the Chino area. And then this is the expenditure summary for the Water Resources Division only. This budget's biggest expenses are for outside legal support from different firms for legal matters such as the HELA adjudication and decision order filing with ADWR, as well as consultant support for the long-term water management plan, which correlates to Council's strategic priority number 3, result number 3. The capital outlay line toward the bottom there is primarily our management for the Big Chino Water Ranch property. So any questions on this slide?
Mayor,
Yes, Mary.
just to confirm that I'm understanding it correctly, the numbers that you have for the community development expenditure summary, is the water resources expenditure summary pulled out of those numbers, or is that
No.
in addition to?
It's in addition to, it's separate from.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I was going to have a question about legal fees. It's just it's just never ending.
Right.
I think everyone has a budget for water legal fees. Are they going up or down, or are they about the same?
That's a good question. I'm going to phone a friend on that one.
What I will say is it changes. It depends on where we're at in the adjudication. So this is about the adjudication primarily. And as a trial comes up, like we had a trial about a year ago, the legal fees went up quite a bit. Right now, we've been in a little bit of a lull, but I think we have another trial coming up this fall. So we'll start picking up. And so the answer is, based on a yearly basis, they're about the same as they have been the past 2 years, and they probably will be about the same the next 2 years. But it will depend on where we are in the litigation.
And who's bringing these trials to us?
These are just trials that are part of the adjudication. So the way that it works is the state sets up an adjudication. Every interested party joins in. So we're one party out of 100. And the trials that keep happening are just based on different areas of the water basin. So we had a trial like we've talked about a year ago relating to specifically to the Big Chino Basin and dealt with that. There are some trials that we don't need to participate in because it doesn't impact us at all. And so it's just ongoing, but the trials depend on what water basin they're referring to at the time.
And then there's the appeals.
There is the appeals, right?
Okay. All righty. Thanks, Joe.
Great, thank you. And then my last slide and contribution to this meeting is our personnel overview. And as mentioned previously, the jump between FY25 and FY26 represents an organizational shift rather than new personnel being added to the department. So we have a total of 7 employees now reflected in ComDev that were previously Public Works, 3 Water Resources, 3 for Private Engineering, and then 1 inspector that's funded out of enterprise funds. Any last questions for me before I turn it over to Rec Services?
Well, we'll see you again tomorrow.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you very kindly. All right, we're here all day.
Okay, thanks.
Good afternoon. Oh, it's kind of loud, isn't it? So good afternoon. I'm Christy Diaz-Trahan, your Parks and Recreation Director. Earlier, Dallin mentioned our mission statement. And the first 5 words in the city's mission statement are, "We improve quality of life." And that is exactly what Recreation Services does. Anything and everything included in this budget are reflected in our mission's first 5 words. The mission for our department is we improve quality of life by building community connection through recreation. So there's a lot of intersection in there. Our department, Recreation Services Department, is made up of 5 divisions. Our facilities maintenance division, and they take care of all of the city assets to include the remodel of this building that we're in right now. Our park maintenance division maintain all of our parks, landscape, lakes, and all of the support for recreation programming. Our recreation division and administration division is a little bit different this year. So it used to be just administration. This year I separated the 2. So that way we can have very specific, sustainable operations to focus specifically on recreation. And as mentioned in our master plan update that you all had last week, some of the top items that our community want are community events, and that's where a focus of our recreation division will be. And then the other division is administration. They take care of all of the business operations, and then within that section, again, we'll look at more efficiencies and sustainability in that section to include going after very specific grant funds as they come up. We have our Trails and Natural Parkland division. The other move that I made this year was when forestry was previously with fire department. They transitioned to recreation services, and they were a section underneath the park division. And our Trails and Natural Parkland division was a division of 1 person and a handful of volunteers. And when work needed to be done, that person would go to the parks division manager and say, hey, we need this work done. And it just created a really clunky flow. So we moved the forestry division underneath the natural parklands and trail because of the alignment and the philosophy of the work. And that made really good sense to us. And then, of course, we had the oversight of the Antelope Hills Golf Course. And before I jump into the next section, I wanted to talk a little bit about metrics. So sport field utilization. I'm going to go over just a handful of these. So sport field utilization. In 1 year, 13,044 hours were reserved. We prepared fields for games and tournaments 800 times. And we hosted 18 tournaments. So those are metrics, right? What we're doing, and what I want to talk to you today about, is turning numbers into people. So those 13,044 hours of reserve field time, usually a team reserves a field for about an hour and a half. There's about 15 people on a team, and that flips to serving 260,000 people. That is the number that we need to focus on, because that is going back to our mission, the quality of life. Those tournaments, those 18 tournaments, utilizing a calculation that we received from the tourism division, had an estimated impact of $5,600,000, 18 tournaments. We have ramadas, and we reserve ramadas. We reserved 667 ramadas. Some of them are big parties, some of them are small groups, so on average, if there's 25, we served nearly 17,000 people. Our special needs adult program has, we host 3 a month. Every month we serve about 200 participants, but each one of those participants, other people bring them there and hang out there. So in a year, that program serves about 7,000 people. Our special event permits. We issue 64 special event permits. Some of them are, Christmas City, the light is, 10,000 people. Some of them are smaller. We figure a 5,000 participant average, and that brings us to over 300,000 people served. And then our trails in natural parkland. We have 152 miles of trails, 5,507 acres of natural parkland. We have 75-ish over the Hill Gang members. Their work contributes over 10,000 hours of volunteer labor for us a year. That's probably how we were able to pull off the one-man show, right? But we have trail counters on some of our key trailhead areas, and those counters were about 685,000 people crossing those counters. So we're estimating about 1 million people a year on our trail network, because there are a lot of trails and a lot of way to get onto a system. So when we talk about numbers and data and metrics, I want to flip them to people, and we serve, just in this small highlight, nearly 2 million people a year. And that's what this budget reflects. Uh-oh, I went the wrong way.
Lois?
Thank you, Mayor. Christy, I had a question regarding, you're one of the few departments I did see temps. And we have I've only been here, this is my third budget, but we have a history of turning temps to people, full-time people eventually. So just trying to understand, with 4 temps, I think is what I'm seeing on your chart here. Is this is this your strategy to use temps, or is your strategy to try out people and have them turn into staff eventually?
Our strategy is both. So we do have 1 temp in our trails, natural parklands, and the ask is to make that a full-time permanent position. But we also need temps, seasonal work in our parks division, and then in recreation division. So scorekeepers, umpires, sport officials. So that's why we need the balance of both.
And the folks that are down in the forestry crew?
Those were primarily, we needed the temp group for them primarily for the grants that we had. but we're completely finished with all.
So that's a strategy to use grants, and then when your grant's done.
Yes,
Okay, thank you.
you're welcome.
More generally on that, if I can just jump on. More generally, we've been looking at temporary positions, and where we find there's a temporary position that's been filled by the same person for 2 and 3 and 5 and 7 years, we're trying to be honest and transparent about that's actually a position, versus where there's more turnover and more like grant funding or that kind of stuff. That's really a temp position. When we shift temporary positions to full-time positions, we also at the same time try to reduce the temporary budget so that we're not creating a situation where we're adding more temps all the time and they're continuing to grow headcount. But it is something that we've looked at in this budget, and we'll probably look at again next year, is if they're really a full-time position, let's call them that. And if they're not, and if we need to call them that, let's make sure the budget reflects the shift and not just the double count the revenue or the expense, if that makes sense.
Hey, Ted?
I like your idea of common denominator using people. And I would go one step further and disaggregate it and compare it to the community. Like, you've got 220,000 people using the fields. We've got 1 million people on the trails and whatnot. But I'd like to see how that's broken down into age groups to make sure that we're not just appealing to one segment of the population, but we're appealing to everybody. So, Little League, youth sports, the basketball courts are probably a prime example of a athletic facility that's dedicated to a certain younger age group than, say, Gehring and I.
Yeah, I think I saw you out there Friday night. But thank you, council member. We'll look into that. For the things that we have control on in terms of registration and participation numbers, we can certainly do that. Are we ready, Mayor?
Yes, we have Mary.
Just to follow up on Councilman Gambogi's comment, I'll just say that when we're looking at something like the Little League games, sports for youth, if you're just counting the actual participants, that's one thing, but those activities address the need and the desires of people beyond that, the families, the grandparents that come to cheer them on. So it's not just the actual people on the sports field, but everybody in the stands as well. At least that's how I can see it.
Thank you for being an advocate, because that is exactly where I wanted the thought process to go, right? It's more than that. It's I think I shared that people make their plans around recreation. So all those teams and then those Little League kids and adults, that's their new friend network for the at least next 10 to 12 years until the kids age out or something to that effect. And then the special need group, right? So you have I think I was with you, Lois, at the farmer's market when someone came up and had just moved here and has a special need adult and was like, what do we do? And connected her. So a brand new resident in our community, and it was with you, Ted, and her special need adult daughter now have a new network, and they have people that they can socialize with and not be sort of subjected, if you will, to that like loneliness path. There's a path now to joy and to happiness and to socialization, and those small moments that take place in those two places, at the dog park, on the trail, at the pickleball court, like they take place all over the place in recreation. And again, that's how people plan their day.
Thank you. Is the dog park under your umbrella?
Yes.
Okay, because that's been a huge success.
Yeah.
And I just wanted to comment, I think you're doing a wonderful job maintaining the cleanliness and state of repair for our facilities because there's nothing more depressing than a weed-ridden, rundown, vacant park. It invites blight and all kinds of trouble. So I think we're doing a wonderful job.
Thank
keeping
you.
our parks up.
I greatly appreciate that, and it was reflected in the master plan results, right? You saw a lot of that, how people felt as though our parks were welcoming and clean and well taken care of. And so thank you for saying that, because the team that actually does the work is sitting in the back, and I'm have no doubt that they're appreciative
I think
of your
they're
work.
asleep. Okay, any more questions? Okay, continue.
So this is our budget. By and large, it's the general fund. The enterprise fund is golf, and we'll talk a little bit about that here in a bit. Special revenues, most of it is grants, some donations, and then our programming is 6%. My goal is to increase that 6%, again, as part of that programming emphasis. Recreation services budget. So I am here to present a savings of about $8,000 from our current fiscal year to next fiscal year. So am I done?
Wait, no, not yet.
Again, it's primarily due to the forestry grants that are done and wrapping those up. So that's the primary reason for the savings here.
Yeah.
I'll just go until you stop me. You good with that?
Let's see. Got a lot more to go.
So if you look at the FY 25-26, like personnel budgeted was $4,085,000, and this fiscal year 26-27 is $3,800,000, and then the charges for services, et cetera. And even with the capital outlay at the very bottom, total expenditure category, this year, ours is $11,928,000, or excuse me, FY 27. See that? Okay. Are we ready? I'm sorry, I'm just cruising here. Okay, so golf. Golf operations, so...
Mary?
I'm so sorry, I'm slow on the button pushing. Going back to your previous slide, no, that slide. From last year to this year, under capital outlay, 1.2 million jumped up for the projected for this year, 4.5. Was there a big ticket item happening this year that made that happen under capital outlay?
There is. It's primarily land acquisition that will be fully funded through grants. And I'll jump to that when we talk about the capital.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So golf is managed by Indigo Sport. We have a management contract with them through 2029. It is they average about 90,000 rounds a year. So that's easy flipping the number to people, right? So that's 90,000 golfers. But what that does not include are any lessons, instruction, practice range. And it also doesn't include anyone for banquets, food, and beverage. So definitely serving more than over 100,000 people on our 36-hole golf course. This anticipated...
Yes, Ted?
Do you have an idea of that 90K, how many are residents and how many are non-residents?
I do not, but I can get that information to you. I've been told the majority are residents, but resident is loosey-goosey, right? Because if you live in the pocket of unincorporated city of Prescott, but it's Yavapai County, you're technically not a resident, but you're surrounded. If you live in Williamson Valley, you're technically not a resident. So that it's a little bit tricky, but I would say, are within the 90-mile range is kind of what we use for tourism. Most of that is local.
Mr. Gehring?
Thank you, Mayor. Christie, with regard to Antelope Hills, I get quite a few complaints about bathroom quality and condition out there, and some about building condition. I'm wondering if the capital outlay projects I see here are going to deal with that.
So we're actually dealing with that right now. Some of the restrooms have already been taken care of. We're wrapping up the restroom that's next to the Centennial Center. And then we have one last one to take care of, and that should be addressed in the next 2 weeks, approximately there. The facilities maintenance takes care of the clubhouse and the Centennial Center. The drainage is old, so we're out there doing a lot of work on that. But the restroom situation, the course situation, is being addressed.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome. So, in terms of use, oh, I'm sorry.
Did you see? So I'm just curious if there's any discussion of increasing revenues by increasing the cost to use the course, and if there's any sort of following up on what was said between residents and non-residents, and this is a course supported by the city, is there any type of tiered pricing being considered that could increase revenue?
So right now, there's not a tiered pricing considered. I have talked to the GM and the district manager about a small incremental increase, and what that means is $3 increase per round. But the thought is that would be something that we could implement year over year, primarily to address just general expenses, but then also perhaps really address some bigger capital projects that way. But back to the resident, non-resident, the golf course uses a dynamic pricing system. So you go online to the tee sheet, and the price in the your tee time at 7 in the morning in the summer is more expensive than it is at 3 in the afternoon. So that's why the resident, non-resident make it difficult when we're using that dynamic pricing.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Patrick?
Yes, thanks. So, Christy, what are defined as services in the budget?
Most of that is hospitality. So for their operational expenses, food costs, because they have the main restaurant and then also the catering restaurant.
So in the FY26 budget, it was $689, and FY27 budget, it's projected to go up $200,000.
Yeah, I can dive into the details and get them back to you, but by and large, that's the majority of the service increase.
Of the restaurant operation itself?
Yeah, actually, looks like Lars has a quick answer.
We did receive the budget request from the management company, and they had indicated some larger maintenance needs on the course, so that's what that represents.
Lois?
Yeah, Christy, we've gotten some public comments about the rounds, the pricing for residents versus non-residents, and folks here saying, "Hey, I'm taxpayers, and when I go to the Valley, I don't get the price of the Valley's, local. I have to pay more. So why are we not doing it here?" And I hear you about this dynamic pricing round model, but I would think there would be a discount if they were doing discounts for heat. It'd be in the morning. You'd get paying more. So I would like to ask that you benchmark in the coming year, how this is handled amongst some of the bigger golf course communities in the state, whether it be down in the valley or whether it be down in Tucson, to understand if we are treating our taxpayers and residents fairly, or if we can generate some of this capital money needed for golf course improvements from folks that are going to come up here and still view it as a bargain compared to rounds down at their home. So that would be a request for this coming year, is to really better understand this dynamic. I'm not a golfer, so I'm just listening to the golfers out there in the community.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Absolutely, we can do that. I think that also the benchmark needs to align with tourism initiatives, right? So if we're looking at golf and trying to market to the Phoenix metro area, to the golfer to come up here in the summer to help increase tourism dollars, right? So we need to make sure that we're balancing that, and I'll roll that into the analysis in terms of what we're benchmarking and if any municipal courses also have that type of initiative.
Well, and I understand seasonality because a lot of golfers here head down to the valley
Yes.
in the winter months, and they're paying for hotels and they're paying for dinners and they're generating tourism dollars, and they're paying apparently more for a round of golf. So I just want to make sure if you're going to include the tourism thing, we're also comparing apples to apples and oranges to oranges. So
Yeah,
thank you.
absolutely. Mhm.
Thank you.
My pleasure.
Madam Mayor,
Yes, Mr. Gambogi.
Christie, I think there's a number of things to consider. One, there's that seasonal switch between Prescott and Phoenix. So in the summertime, Phoenix wants to come here. I think you really need a huge disaggregation. You need to do it seasonally between Phoenix and here. I'm hearing complaints, well, it's hard to get on. And then earlier when I asked about is it resident, non-resident, I think there's, we need to have a response. If the taxpayers in Prescott are paying for the golf course, and someone, whether they live on Williamson Valley or Dewey or Prescott Valley or don't live in the city of Prescott and don't contribute taxes, I think we ought to evaluate what would be a market feasible rate for them. Taxpayers get one rate, non-taxpayers get another rate. And so when you address that on a multivariate perspective, you're answering the taxpayers' questions. You generate more revenue. You can address the burden on the golf course. And then if we did this seasonal thing comparing us to Phoenix, then we might have a better balance in terms of what's marketing feasible. So we could generate more revenue, we could address the taxpayers' concerns, we could address the traffic on the golf course, so it could be a multiple win situation.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. And thank you for the feedback. Before we jump off this page, I do want to talk about one of the capital initiatives that we're going to be working on. So in terms of finding a tee time, the North Course, we're going to take a 2-year capital initiative to build some forward tees. It's a long course. And so by putting forward tees in, it will do a couple things. It'll increase the pace of play, which means you can shorten your tee time cadence, right? So if you go from a 5-minute cadence to a 3-minute cadence, that provides about a 67% opportunity to increase tee times. So we'll do 7 FY27, and then we'll do 7 FY28. And you're like, wait, that doesn't math up to an 18-hole golf course, because we do have a couple par 3s and some par 4s that are a pretty decent distance. So
So how many T markers would you have, and what would be the total distance on the course?
Well, there's currently 3 T markers, so then there would be 4. The current distance would stay the same. It's just that 4th one would change. And what that changes to, I don't know. I knew you were going there.
And how much is that extra for the T markers? How much is that budgeted for?
That'll be in the capital.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, got it.
Christy,
Oh, excuse me.
Council, if I can just quickly jump in on the fund summary, I'd like to point out the fact that you can see in fiscal year 25, the fund paid for its own operations, meaning the revenues covered operations. The general fund, the bottom line here is that what's required from the general fund to transfer in to make this fund whole. So there's good news here is that 25 was positive, and we're projecting the future to be positive. Even with increased expenditures, they've kept expenditures low. The charges for services do not include the revenue increases that Christy was mentioned for green fees. So we went simply with existing rounds, existing prices. The increased activity allowed us to budget for a little more revenue. So these are conservative numbers. We think that over time, with this trajectory, the fund will be able to pay for capital as well, but you can see there's some transfer in just to help pay for capital expenditures next year.
This is a much better looking picture than it was years ago.
Thank you.
Are we ready to go, Mayor? Okay. So Recreation Services Capital. So this fiscal year, West Granite Creek Park. This is, if you recall, in February last year, many of you took a field trip. You gave staff direction. Then in October or November, the council approved a site plan, and so this request is to address the funding for that site plan. Primarily, it's engineering, some roadway circulation, and ADA accommodation is primarily what that cost estimate is. Pavement preservation, that's specifically for pavement in our park system.
Madam Mayor,
Yes, Ted.
I just did another site inspection on the West Granite Creek Park this morning. In the old park, where we had a parking lot, mothers with strollers to get to the splash pad maybe had to walk 30, 40 yards to get there. Now it's chained off, so the best you can do is maybe 100 yards. I'm not, probably 3 questions. You got a water tank out there. Where's the water come for the water tank? Secondly, you planted trees out there. How do they get water? And third, where is the drop-off point?
The water tank is being hauled in, and it's being funded through the neighborhood, through the coalition. The trees are being watered from that tank to get established.
Is that drinking water, or is that treated wastewater?
I believe it's drinking water. The trees where they're planted are within sort of a waterway. So right now that water is used to establish the trees, and then once they're established, they will get water with rainfall. And then last, the drop-off is not there yet. That's part of the $500,000 improvement. So with that, I do know that we had some email chatter. I know I'm going to deviate a little bit from the budget, but we know it's going to be a challenge. As Ted just mentioned, that space held anywhere from about 35 cars parked reasonably, maybe 50 that were all a mess. So we don't have that anymore. We've been able to identify an area on the backside of the park on land that we own where we can scrape off and pick up about 10 more spaces, but we're still 25 short. I've connected with the hotel GM They're concerned because they have some events. So we're going to coordinate communication, putting some on-site signage, pushing information out through our social media, through all of our communication networks to encourage people to plan their day around these large events, so that way there isn't this parking conflict. But with that park restoration project, it will put a lot of pressure on the parking in that area. I mean, you know the area, it's tight and it's busy. And so we're going to do as much as we can to communicate with our users, with the property owners, and our patrons. So it will be a challenge.
Patrick?
Yes, I was at the celebration gathering Saturday ago, and just wanted to compliment that organization, coalition. They put a lot of love into their appreciation for what we've done for some of them who live right near the park. And it was just a beautiful kind of almost rededication of the park. So thanks for that.
You're welcome. I agree. It looks wonderful.
And Mr. Ruby?
Yes, I just want to point out, if you walk, and I did it, I walked the other day because I saw the complaints, there are about 60 to 70 parking spaces just west of Sam Hill. And it takes, and this is me with a bum knee, walking just under 2 minutes from the edge of that one parking lot down to the entry of the trailhead. I think it's important to let the public know there is still parking there. The strip of parking that is right on the east side of the substation, that's the parking that we made. I walk that place. It's in my neighborhood. It is very, very rare when that parking lot just to the west of Sam Hill is filled up. So 2 minutes can be a lot if you have a toddler and a 3-year-old. I get that. But there is going to be a drop-off point. I think it's going to be important that our public relations really explains effective ways. There were families there. There were kids there at the event on Saturday that Patrick described. I think there's a good, strong community response to what we did there. And it's a matter of just explaining the ease with which it can be approached.
Thank you. And that will be part of our messaging in terms of where can people park. And so that way it reduces the frustration, right? Because the last thing you want to do with a car full of kiddos that are excited about this is pull up to a space and there's no lot. So just to make it easier on you, you can park on either side, east or west, because there are spaces, and just make it part of their plan. So that'll be information that'll be coming out of our office.
Madam Mayor?
Yes, Ted?
The thing I'm concerned about, and one of the reasons I didn't like the idea of the parking going away, was that we have mothers with strollers parking in the Sprouts parking lot and crossing Sheldon. And that's the last thing I would like to see, is mothers crossing Sheldon to get to that splash pad. And I'm concerned that as it exists right now, that's closer to the splash pad than the current parking we had.
It's a valid concern.
Okay, Lois?
Thank you. So we are having an unusually hot spring. You're telling me that the drop zone is in the plan for fiscal year 27. What's the timing, and is there any possibility to accelerate getting the drop zone installed?
The budget has to be approved. We wouldn't be able to expend money until July. So it's not going to make any.
I don't want to
make a difference.
It will make a difference to thousands of moms who are about to start writing emails to us.
No, poor language on my part.
Okay.
The drop-off zone, as part of the project, the construction project, cannot be done in 3 weeks. We're opening the splash pad on Memorial Weekend. So
I'm not suggesting it be done by Memorial, but I'm suggesting how quickly can we get it in so they can enjoy it at some point before the fall arrives? Is it possible to accelerate?
No, it's not.
So if we're not going to open the drop zone and make it easier for moms to drop all their heavy stuff, I don't know. I thought all of it was coming with an opening. I did not know we were putting this in pieces, and I think that makes us need to rethink the chaining off of the current part of the parking lot that was supposed to be a drop zone. I think we really have to rethink that, because I do think it's kind of dangerous, and exactly what Ted just said is what's going to start happening because it's paved and they can get there. So I'm sorry. I want to make this happen because this is the time of year it's really important to families.
Yeah, you're preaching to the choir, Lois.
And so, I mean, if we have to do our own little vote for just the West Granite Creek drop zone, I'd approve it today, literally. I'd approve it today.
So what I can do, I need to have a conversation with the fire department in terms of that safety zone. There may be a possibility that we can carve out a portion of that area where we currently have the gate set. So there might be an opportunity there, but again, I need to check with public safety to ensure that that's not that it's safe, that it'll be a safe space. So I will look into that and then get back to the group as soon as possible on whether or not, if it's possible, we'll do it.
Madam Mayor,
Yes, Ted.
I don't see where there's an in and out to have a drop zone. You got an in, I don't see the out. But you got split rail fencing all along the road that would be the road in. So in terms of priorities, I'd rather get the road in than to put the split rail fencing up, because I don't know how you put a road in now that you have split rail fencing up.
So there's not going to be a road in. The plan that was approved is where the current gate is, pushed back a little bit where there's no new improvement. It was like a half circle. So you would sort of drive in, drop off, and then drive out, and then park up on the top where there already is asphalt parking. There was not going to be roadway going into the park.
So they're going to push that stroller on a dirt road.
Yeah, and that's what they've been doing for years. It's been a dirt road since the splash pad.
But it was a 40-yard dirt road, not a 100-yard dirt road.
Yeah, agree.
Mr. Ruby.
I think what's apparent here is that the popularity of the splash pad is serving a large need in the community, and that I would hope within future Parks and Rec budgets, as we go through other fiscal years, there's real consideration given to the types of recreation that young families will use. And this seems to be a very strong indicator. People like water, they like to be outside, they like to be cool.
I agree. And if you recall back to the master plan survey, splash pads were something that was popular. And I mean, the long-term solution is another splash pad or two, and it will take the pressure off. Right, so having alternatives will reduce the intensity of the use.
Madam Mayor,
Yes, Mr. Gambucci.
as what I saw today and what I hear from the council, this is a park that's been modified to make old people happy and has inconvenienced young people.
I agree. It was originally open space, but then it kind of morphed into a parking lot because that was the highest and best use due to the splash pad popularity. But then technically, we're trying to return it to open space, which, if you go just down the creek to Granite Creek Park, you have tons of open space there. So kind of redundant, but technically, there's a group that wants it to be open space, so we're trying to accommodate two different uses.
Agree.
Anyway, I think we need to move on.
Yeah, so let's move on. So light pole replacement. This is at Bill Valley Park, master plan to begin implementation of and that's part of our strategic plan. Playground replacement. So we have playgrounds over 20 years old at Heritage Park, Lindley Park, and Goldwater Park, or Goldwater Lake Park. So that's where we will be doing our playground replacement. Vine trail fencing. This is really fingers crossed we can get the special land use permit to go up to Chino, and we can continue to do that because Arizona law requires that we fence out cattle. So that's why we need the fence, because there is roaming, and it's not the cattle owner's responsibility to keep them off of our property. It's our responsibility to keep the cattle off of our property.
Yeah, I was looking at that. The total, the 5-year plan has a total of like $500,000, and you're planning on the full length of the fencing, the full length of Vine. Why is it a problem if a cow walks across the trail?
So there is conflict. There's like animal, cyclist, human conflict, but then also the cattle owner has challenges bringing their cattle back. We also don't want the cows going into the lake or getting injured on our property. So that's
we've never had fencing before.
Yeah, we have. There's fencing on Vine.
Mm-hmm. And what kind is it? Is it chain link or?
No, it's like a barbed wire, so wildlife can get through there.
Okay,
it's really
that was another concern was wildlife. So it'll be like a 3-strand barbed wire with the bottom strand just being smooth.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So the antelopes can get underneath.
Yeah, and then there'll be like the little switchback, so for a cyclist can get in and out.
Okay, because I was imagining 6-foot chain link fences
no.
on both sides, kind of creating a corridor. And okay, all right. Well,
I'm glad I cleared that up for you.
I feel a lot better.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we're looking to add a new shade structure at Willow Creek Park. Park facility resurfacing. That's the hockey rink resurfacing project, and then of course the land acquisition. That's the lion's share of this, but that is anticipated to be fully funded through Land and Water Conservation Grant, and then some donation through a local nonprofit. And let's see, and then that wraps it up.
I want to go back to the Gateway Park. That's like the largest expenditure, $7.5 million. It's kind of, I've been out there to the area, it's a beautiful natural area, but it sounds like we're trying to overdevelop it into some big Disneyland. I know we need a trailhead parking area and some bathrooms, but is there really a need to turn it into some destination area right there? I mean, can we just kind of keep a light touch on the land?
So Mayor, that was a project that was already in the queue. And it was actually in the queue to queue up this fiscal year. And so I punted it for a future year out because I would prefer that we wait for the master plan results to come in and the recommendation. Yes, we need something out there. Do we need it to that grand scale? Maybe, maybe not. I don't know. But I think when the results come in, we'll have a better understanding. With that, this will fill up a little bit more as far as what we have in the future. I hope to see a splash pad or some other water feature, right? But as it relates to this project, it is. The plan, was already identified at $7.5 million, and so I just kept it in there and rolled it forward. New philosophy. I would like to change that specific plan, but again, that's that's just me, the
I think we
director.
can-
This the community's decision and your decision
Yeah.
to approve.
That's
so.
why we're having this discussion
Yeah,
in public,
yeah.
because we have to remember that right across the street is going to be a mass graded high density housing project, part of AED. And I'm afraid if we put in this great big huge park, it's just going to be for those residents. They're just going to walk across the street and it's going to be for those residents. So because we haven't required the developer to put in any of his own parks for his own residents. So I'm afraid we're going to go through all this and the community's not going to be able to use it because it'll become a private park for the residents of the new subdivision across the street. So that's why I'm thinking, let's put in the bare necessities, let the kids run around and play in the dirt, and use the money for maybe future land acquisitions, because there's a few things that, you know, we could probably use the money for to purchase.
Yeah, I think, yeah, I mean, again, as the master plan talked about, right? So taking care of what we have, adding more active parks was another piece of that. So if land acquisition would include, you know, an active park and sport fields and whatnot, right? Because we've already seen that that brings in hundreds of thousands of users. So, but again, it's a placeholder right now because it was already in there. So I just pushed it out because once our master plan is done, our capital future year outlook will look very different.
Yeah, it's just kind of evolving as things go along.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then,
thank you.
yeah, okay, so let's, I think we're, look at, so personnel, we are requesting one more, and that is the person who is technically part-time, who's working full-time, and we want to flip them into a full-time position, and that's in the trails and open space section. And then that gets us to facilities maintenance. So facilities maintenance, as mentioned, is one of the divisions in recreation services. General fund is about half of its funding. And this is all of the departments contribute toward the facility maintenance. So, right, so very similar to fleet maintenance and whatnot, IT services, et cetera. The costs in here, so we do have a jump primarily in capital, and I can get to that. If I'm going too fast, I just know that we have some heavy hitters behind me that I need to get through. The biggest jump in facility maintenance is in our capital, and there is so this one, FY27, is the second from the right column. It's 1.5 million. So as you know, we had a facility assessment done, and their recommendation is that we fund $6 million to get us where we need to be. And we knew $6 million was not going to pass the sniff test. So our ask is 1.5, and then in future years, it'll probably be very similar to pavement preservation, that we're just asking for a specific dollar amount year over year to get us where we need to be. The first items that will be addressed are the anything safety or critical in nature, and the assessment identified those for us in terms of their assessments. The other large items are all associated with the rodeo project, and then a new elevator in the parking garage.
Let me ask you this, Christy. One of the pressing problems out at the rodeo grounds is mitigation of animal waste. It's running into the creeks, and I don't see anything on here for that. Is there any way we could add that? Because it's supposed to be in the master plan.
So I'll have my phone a friend over here.
Right on. So thank you, Mayor, for that question. We are addressing that as part of the utility and infrastructure improvements. Will include water, sewer, drainage, and the management of animal byproducts is actually a function of our MS4 permit in terms of drainage. So we will include that
Stormwater.
Yes, ma'am, and we will include that in the infrastructure portion of the project. So, but we have not forgotten that.
Okay, good to know.
Mayor,
And Mr. Gehring.
Gwen, before you get too far away, I presume that these new facilities are going to create drainage into Miller Creek that meets the state surface water quality standards.
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you.
Positions.
So we got Lois.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Thank you. I just question about the facilities deferred maintenance. You basically said safety items first and the 1.5, et cetera.
Yes.
Why, when we get this budget back to us, wherever Lars is, there in the back, can we see some plugs going forward in the future years so that we don't get to the point that things are falling behind when we go to vote someday in
Yes,
June?
That's an excellent point. And I wanted to also mention how we plan to fund this project. So we are going to propose to council that we would evaluate on a yearly basis, annual basis, excess available funding in the general fund that we could, let's say revenue comes in over forecast, we can allow council to then attribute that to this program. So we can look at it each year, but we could plug in a number across all 5 years.
I like that creative option, but I do think it's worth plugging something in. So we're very deliberate that we are going to maintain facilities moving forward and not let them degrade.
Yeah, that's a good point. We'll put it in there as a number placeholder, but we'll evaluate it each budget cycle to see what we can fund.
Okay, I think I have one more slide. Personnel. So we did reduced the number of personnel primarily because we expanded our contracted custodial services, and so we eliminated a position. That's really how that popped out. And before we get to the airport, you know me, I can't leave without saying Parks and Recreation is about connection. We connect people to people, people to places, and people to nature. Thank you.
And thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council members. Rick Kreider, I serve as your airport director, and pleasure to be here this afternoon, although tough act to follow. Just a few things to kind of set the stage. We, as you can see on this slide, we have a wide variety of things we do at the airport. We do, obviously, airport development, operations, operate the facility, property management, economic development, so pretty broad spectrum. And just want to kind of highlight that. Let's see here. The airport budget is a little bit different than some you've seen. It's heavily laden with capital. So most airports have a lot of infrastructure needs and a smaller operating budget. So we're kind of working through this with finance to see how we can best tell the story. This year versus last year, we combined two budgets. We had a landside and an airside budget. We combined those into one. Made much more sense to me because it's really a relatively small number. But you see, we still have 71% of our budget is capital. So big projects like runways and parking lots and terminals and boarding bridges and all those exciting things. And then there's been kind of a focus from this council and councils prior to balance the operating budget with the revenues collected. So I put together a few numbers that I think are interesting. We have a very small percentage of the overall budget. Let's see, I had numbers to put together, but a small percentage is really comes from the general fund subsidy, and our goal is to make that smaller and smaller over time. So goal one is to cover operating expenditures with revenues collected. Council's done a fantastic job with that, proactively investing in hangars and buying out leases and doing creative things that help us be in a better position to collect enough revenue to cover the expenditures. But that takes a little bit of time. So we're moving through that. The second goal would be to collect enough revenue to move into a capital budget, and so we cover the matches, the city matches, and the for state and federal projects, and then we have revenues that are sufficient to meet those what are now general fund priorities. And then in a perfect world, we'd have reserves, right? So we'd have reserves that cover for the bad day or a bad operating day. So we are making progress. The fiscal year 27 revenues projected are 10.5% over the fiscal 26 forecast end of year revenues collected. So we're slowly bridging that gap. We have 4 new hangars that are coming online this year that will provide an additional revenue stream. And then we're recapitalizing some of the T hangars. There are about 150 T hangars at the airport that had just need door seals, that need new LED lights. So things that make them more efficient, add value to the customers that rent those, and allow us to bring those rates up into the modern day. We have Northeast Ramp that's very exciting. The state was proactive in funding the first phase, $3.5 million last budget. We have another active request this year for an additional $3 million to continue that. That does some cool things like sets the stage for the Forest Service, gives them ramp that can be used during their peak season and the wildland fire season. It allows us to do a better job with cargo. It also sets the stage for adjacent land leases where we can do commercial activities like maintenance, repair, overhaul, and specialized services for aircraft. So that's an exciting move forward. And then the north ramp, we're just wrapping up some kind of airfield geometry work that'll allow us to finish the design on the north ramp and open up new parcels for aircraft storage hangars. We want that private, that P3, public-private partnership, and have outside investment coming in to build hangars, and then we have a ground lease. Not 50-year leases, but 25-year leases, more contemporary. Just want to set those expectations. A few stats. Prescott Regional Airport was ranked number 20 in the nation in calendar year 25. We had 390,000 operations. As a reminder, an operation is a takeoff, a landing, or a low approach, an instrument approach. Last year grew 8.3% over the previous year. We had 360,000 operations in calendar year 24. And we saw in 2024, we saw 7.3% growth over 2023. So the picture I'm trying to paint is we went from about 23rd to 20th. I ran the numbers a few days ago. We're currently around 16th in the nation as the busiest airport. So a lot of good things going on. A lot of that's flight training, of course. We're blessed with some very good weather.
Madam Mayor.
But we're growing quickly.
Yeah, I just wanted to kind of add to that. When you look at all of northern Arizona, like from the rim up, I mean, it's a massive amount of territory, and there's like 3 airports. We have Flagstaff that has commercial air service. We have Prescott. We have Kingman. I don't even know if Kingman has, I think they have a slurry bomber station there, but I don't even think they have a commercial air service. And then Page has a small airport mostly for tourism and private planes. So I think we're perfectly positioned and located to serve not only northern Arizona, but the state and the country, because we have a lot of activities going on. Even the military now is starting to refuel here.
Mm-hmm. Agreed. I think, we think of Prescott as a population of about 50,000 residents, but the MSA, the area that we talked about with airlines is about 250,000 or approaching 250,000. So it is certainly an addressable market in terms of flight training, in terms of air service, and to your point, in terms of public safety with bombers.
And when you're flying commercial, you just go out to the terminal and you check your bag all the way through to Auckland, New Zealand, or Nepal, or wherever it is you're going. I mean, we have a worldwide connection right here in our airport.
I'll give you an amen.
Madam Mayor.
Yes, Ted.
If Rick, if we're you said 16 now?
Currently, yes, sir.
Just for those thousands of people that are listening in on Facebook, what would be maybe the 3 more active than us and the 3 less active than us?
Well, in Arizona, we're still ranked number 4. So Arizona, writ large, is very active for a training environment. Of course, commercial service. So Sky Harbor, Falcon Field, and I think Deer Valley are the 3 that are above us in Arizona. Dallin and I went to Washington, and we were kind of looking at, back when we were on the list, and only 20th in the nation, but we were kind of giggled that I think all of the DC airports were within 1 or 2 of Prescott. So we're up there with the big guys. We're not Atlanta, but we're certainly within 1 or 2 of Dulles, 1 or 2 of Reagan National, and many airports. So again, I think the fact that Arizona is so busy because of flight training, we're only number 4, but that doesn't really paint a complete picture.
Thank you.
You bet.
Mayor?
Yes, Mary.
Thank you. Do these numbers, is it baked in any change that might come about if the Perkins Ranch airstrip gets approved and Embry-Riddle shifts some of their training flights up there? Will that have an impact on your numbers? And if you project that it will, which version has been baked into these numbers, that it will or it won't go forward?
We have not anticipated that. To your point, it's still an active dialogue with the community to the north. We've not tried to bake that in. I will say that my personal opinion, and I think council's opinion, has been that that's a good thing. It's a symbiotic relationship. It helps Embry-Riddle grow. You can only put so many aircraft into a finite airspace. So it's not a threat, it's really more of a complement, and if it does happen. I think if it doesn't happen, it probably sets the stage for a broader discussion. Where does it happen, right? Does that add more runways at our airport? Does it? Should we look for relief elsewhere? So it's a good and a bad problem, right? It's an opportunity and a threat. So I think that working alongside our partner to find that relief is important. And the Perkins Ranch is one solution. I don't think it's not the silver bullet. It won't be the only solution. They're looking at several sites.
So in your numbers here, you haven't made a presumption one way or the other?
No, ma'am.
Thank you.
Yeah. And I think that's going to be on the ballot in November of this year, right?
I believe so.
So we'll know. Mr. Gehring?
Rick, several advisory committee meetings back, it became apparent that the tenants were not happy with the hangar waiting list and that they were not happy with the ingress-egress procedures. My sense is that those have been largely solved. I wonder if you could comment on that.
You bet. We have widespread happiness. We reported back. We took both those policies back to the committee last month, and we had worked with the PAUA, the pilots users, some individuals. But long story short, I think the synopsis is trying to make the waiting list. Get people where they want to be ultimately, rather than kind of playing this move around game. Because what happens now is you go on a list and you get the first available hangar, may not be where you want to be ultimately, so you move around. So there's a lot of process that went into that. So we've streamlined and that made it a little bit easier, established categories. We resolved the concerns. Thank you again for being at that meeting back in the very end, the last days of December, because I think we had a good, meaningful dialogue back and forth. That's on the waiting list. On the access controls, we're really just waiting for the vendor to change change is hard. The system, the access control system, was put in place about 2.5 years ago, or started about 2.5 years ago. I guess went into place about 18 months ago. So there's getting used to that. But one of the concessions was to be able to just use the card on the way out. That was amazingly popular, as you would imagine. And so as soon as the vendor gets that changed, we'll have that.
All right, thank you. I would attend more advisory committee meetings, but somebody keeps scheduling study sessions.
It's above my pay grade. I can't answer that one. Well, to wrap up the comments, we have additional flight, for the benefit of the council. Started last October. Our load factors are hovering right around 70% in both regards. The LA flight, was moved a little bit later in the day. So we're hitting, I'm sorry, a little bit earlier in the day. So we're hitting the banks in Los Angeles. It's performing much better. And then even with the additional flight to Denver, our load factors are again approaching and hovering around that 70%, which is kind of a kind of dividing line of success, right? Success, or we need to do better. So we're really happy with that. The airline's happy with that. We've got ongoing dialogue, but some good work, good news there. And I would say that the reason I want to highlight those the fast growing pace of the airport, we're 20-25% growth in the last 2 or 3 years, is that while we're trying to resolve that subsidy and general fund contribution, it's you can only cut so much. And going back to this chart, the vast majority of our expense is first of all capital. The next big one is salaries, and then beyond that we have interdepartmental transfers. So it's hard to cut deeply, and I want to just kind of leave that with you as we go into the slides. But we are narrowing the gap nonetheless. One of the themes, and I'll make two highlights. One is that we are exiting an era where we had COVID-related grants. We had ARPA and CRISA and COVID grants that subsidized our operating budget. Those have now all not expired. The grants expired. We close them out. We derive the full benefit of those grants this fiscal year. So going forward, we've got that difference. So that's difference one. And I think it was touched on by the city manager earlier about how, when you have positions that are temporary, full-time temporary positions year over year, that's really not a sustainable model. That what happens from a departmental level is somebody may take a job as a temporary full-time employee until they find another job that's a permanent full-time employee. So that creates a bit of a churn as well. So we have, it's about a 2-month training process. We've had some vacancies that just linger because as soon as we hire somebody and get them trained, then somebody else leaves. And so that's become a real challenge for a fast-growing organization. Just a few stats I put together. We had, the number I was looking for earlier, 13.9% of our operating budget comes from general fund subsidy. So that translates to about a 6.2 for every dollar spent from the general fund, we translate that about $6.2 that go into spending in the operating fund. If you add the operating and the capital together, for every dollar spent from the general fund, that translates to $5.4 spent in the economy, either through construction or just purchases. And then a few years ago, there was a study done by the state. There's a 2021 study. They estimated that the economic impact of Prescott Regional Airport is $194 million a year and some change. So that then translates back to about $52.8 for every dollar that was spent from the general fund. So I just wanted to leave you with some good news that while we're trying to narrow that operating subsidy and that capital subsidy, those dollars are being amplified in the community through expenditures. Running through the operations, I've already touched on the fact that we've had some change in our grants. You'll see the big differentiation here is the capital. So in some years, we apply for grants and maybe they're kicked forward a year. So those numbers change quite a bit. What I will tell you is we work closely with finance and city manager to spread those across multiple years and really look at the spend, not just the grant. Because if we get and we'll have this happen this year, we get a tranche of grants from the FAA, then the state will follow those closely behind with the state grants, but we may not spend them for 2 years. So to lock all those dollars up and all the general fund contributions up in 1 year is not really realistic. So we have spread that out a bit, but you can see the big fluctuation. The operating budget itself is fairly flat, but for the grants, the operating subsidy. I'll stop there. I'm a fast talker, so answer any questions on this slide you might have.
Any questions? Mr. Ruby?
It looks like in the capital funding sources, you have a doubling of federal grants from 15 million to 30 million between fiscal year 2030 and 2031.
Are you jumping ahead? Why don't we go that slow?
I thought you were done. That's why I asked it. I can wait. I can wait.
Haven't got there yet.
Would you like me to? Okay.
You can stay to your program. It sounded like you were finished, so.
I am very fluid, very flexible. Keep going. All right. Let me go to the next. This we touched on earlier. We have 26 personnel at the airport, so a little bit, again, a pretty lean operation. Only 12 of those are permanent full-time. So with the support of finance and the city manager, we're suggesting 3 conversions, so from full-time temporary to full-time permanent. Those will be in our operations and our admin areas. So a big change there, statistically. And then if there's no other questions, I'll go through the capital. We kind of break this into 2 pots, one city only and one grant funded. So in the perfect world, if we can put a project into an FA grant, which means the state will fall with a state grant, we get 97.5% of that project funded. So it doesn't get much better than that. That's the perfect world. Unfortunately, there are things that the FA and the state either can't fund or those are very low on the priority chain. So this is the city-only projects. We mentioned earlier the bottleneck hangar complex improvements. Those are mostly LED lights, but also some door seals, just kind of recapitalizing these older facilities. That'll allow us to get the rents up a bit. We already have a kind of a graduated scale, both pre-improved and post-improved. So that's we're forecast for 27. The admin building is an older building that's been modified a few times. This is really for the design of that rehabilitation. And then we anticipate in a 28, 29 timeframe, actually going back and making it a little more functional, moving offices where they should be.
I was going to ask, is there any way to make it ADA compatible so that we can use that beautiful meeting room upstairs instead of being in the old terminal in the hallway?
Not ideal, I know. We've, anything's possible. What we're envisioning is to use that truly as an admin building that has, we can make accommodations for employees, but not so much open to the public. Embry-Riddle and their new Safe Complex has they've got a nice meeting room. They've made that available a couple of times. Ultimately, we think that the new ARF and snow removal equipment building will have a training room, and that would be a great place for it. So it's kind of a limping along, scenario. And we've had this conversation with the board chair many times, and really the advisory committee. It could be here, it could be a number of places. I think people like having it at the airport. We feel kind of guilty about having a meeting that's open to the public upstairs that's not ADA compatible. So it's just trying to find the best of a bad situation, and that's kind of where we're at now. But to answer your question, we do not envision an elevator for this building.
Okay. Lois?
Yeah, I thought there was, because when I was looking at the details in the capital plan for project 26017, it's a justification built in wax.
Oops, I'm sorry for the microphone. The details in the capital plan for 26017 with this building's rehabilitation, it said the justification lacks ADA compliance, health and safety attributes. So I thought, yay, you're adding something to allow people to get up to the second floor. So this is not to get up to the second floor.
Not to get up the same floor, but it will have ADA ramps. It'll accommodate for the employees of the building. There's no ramp out front, so to go from the terminal to the office building, you've got to go either way around or upstairs or so forth. So it will have an ADA component, but not to the extent of adding an elevator and getting the public up there. The other, and again, this is pre-designed, so it's early to tell, but we're not sure that the loading of the second floor is really compatible with putting 40 or 50 people up there. So again, all that will be, will come out with the design. Nobody wants to go downstairs that fast. The airport entrance improvements, we envision a new sign, some, kind of sprucing up the entrance. When the existing entrance sign was built, there was a different way that Willow Creek went directly to the airport.
What location were you talking about for this new monument sign?
It'll be at the entrance of Highway 89 and McCurdy Drive.
Oh, so on McCurdy.
Right.
Okay.
Which side of McCurdy is yet to be determined. Again, the old Willow Creek kind of deaded into, went directly to the airport. So the sign was on one side. Now it's a little bit different. So we'd like to get a designer involved and put it in the right place.
Is it going to be like an electric sign?
Could be, again, pre-designed, so this will be we'll go through the design, look at the options, consider our budget, see what we have to work with. But I think we can do a much better job, or we can do a better job as far as, recognize the airport's there, the landscaping around it, just trying to up the game a bit in that regard.
And then is that wayfinding, airport wayfinding, is that more signage too?
There'll be signage, directional signs as you near the airport, and then, to the rental car area, to the parking lot. You'll see down the way we're adding some parking. The pavement preservation is largely parking lot. With the additional flight, we have several times a year that we're really challenged with parking. So this will be additional parking. So it'll go to long-term and short-term parking. We're changing some of the 2-hour parking for the restaurant, for example. So a variety of things. But the wayfinding will be to help people find the FBO, the Forest Service, the writ large.
So it's just going to be on airport property, because I always call that airport the stealth airport, because there's really no signage on 89 or on 89A. We have, ADOT has huge signs that say, Larry Caldwell 10 times. But how hard would it be to add, Prescott Regional Airport, next right, or,
Absolutely.
We're lucky just to get a little airplane icon on
Right.
a few signs. And especially when you go on 89 to that roundabout, I bring it up on my phone and it says Depot Ranch Road. I mean, there's nothing there about Airport Road, Terminal Road, and we really need some signage out there.
Agreed.
And is there anything in this budget?
Well, so a lot of times on state roads, for example, in my experience, you can pay for the sign, but so it's at your expense. So this would incorporate signage on state highways that have maybe existing poles and networks in place. It would be consistent wayfinding on the airport property. So it'd be a potpourri, it'd be a mix. And again, step one is to kind of design a comprehensive solution to that. We're starting that now with some of the striping and the markings in the terminal parking lot, but we need to push that out and really, to your point, go back so people that are coming from Cottonwood can find the terminal, or the people that aren't as familiar with the airport.
Okay, because if you miss that, if you're heading north and you're at the roundabout and you miss the turn because there doesn't say airport or anything out there, you end up driving all the way to Chino and then turning around and coming back, which is 10 miles one way.
Well, and that's my point about the monument sign. It may or may not be on the right side of McCurdy, right? Because it was really put in that place during a different era. So.
Okay, thank you.
You bet. Terminal development is mostly lighting. I skipped over that one. It's a new terminal, but we had some kind of proprietary lighting that was put in, so it's failing. So this is by and large the lighting improvements for the terminal. We pushed some other improvements to fiscal year 28, but we feel like the lighting is really important. I've talked about the pavement preservation. That's the parking. Hangar Make Ready is a facility that was vacated by Embry-Riddle as they built their new SAFE, or what they now refer to as their Eagle North campus. They vacated a building and some ramps, so making that ready for the next tenant is important. We also feel like there's an opportunity to combine some other administrative things, other federal agencies that need administrative space that could come out of an older facility. So it's kind of a shell game in some regards. Shell game is probably the bad things to use in a budget presentation, but moving people from place to place so that we can make room for the next activity. Then, of course, capital equipment and vehicle replacement. Any questions of this slide? This is the city-only slide.
Let's see, we have Patrick.
Yes. So on replacement vehicles, 1.4 million, does that come through our fleet management, or are you an independent?
It does go. The financing or the funding comes through the airport enterprise fund, but we do work with fleet. The 1.4 million is a bit of an anomaly because we usually don't spend that much money on equipment. Right. It's a new fire truck, so we envision the down payment this year as we go through and order the equipment. It could be as much as a 2-year delivery time. So the bulk of the funding would come from a latter fiscal year, but that's why that number is so large.
Thank you.
You bet.
Any other questions? Let's see. Jim, did you have a question? Okay. All righty, good to go.
Okay. The better part of the capital program is where the state and federal government put most of the money into it. So let me run through that real quick. The first project is the extension is the environmental assessment and planning to wrap up noise contours and forecast and all the things that take us up to the environmental assessment. So that'll start this year. The scope of work is with the FAA now, and we anticipate a grant for the EA this fiscal year. Taxiway D rehab is a widening. This is the taxiway that runs between the primary runway and the Forest Service, for example. So it goes essentially north-south or northeast-southwest. We want to both widen it so we can have two-way traffic for the training aircraft and also for the next generation of fire tankers. So we know that the very largest aircraft that operate from Prescott Regional are usually the fire, either military or Forest Service supporting aircraft. So that taxiway D will support both of those missions. Land acquisition, the 27 component is for the South Deepwell Ranch. We received the first $1.1 million from the FAA to purchase that land. The balance will come from the state, and we anticipate that'll be in 27, although it's very likely that that will slide to the right as well. The North Ramp rehab is the design. That's the one I mentioned earlier that'll kind of set the stage for private development of hangars. The ARF Airport facility is an enabling project. We'll take a large amount of soil, move it. You know, the bad part about being in the mountains is there's dirt where you don't want it, right? So this will be moving dirt and setting up the utilities for the ARF station. The Northeast Ramp is the project I mentioned earlier.
Excuse me, Patrick.
Could you tell us and me and the public what's the ARF Airport facility? My apologies.
There's way too many acronyms in aviation. Aircraft Rescue and Firefighting. So the Aircraft Rescue and Firefighting building will be a joint facility, both for the fire trucks and then the snow removal equipment. Another acronym, SRE. It'll house our operations folks. You bet. The Northeast Ramp is the project I spoke of earlier. That's where the money from the state came in, so that'll be a design. We also have some land acquisition in the mix that'll be coming up. Going back to the earlier question about the fire truck, 26602, the ARF Index B truck, will be a new vehicle. The Southwest Ramp, reconstruction, fence, and erosion control. This is the aircraft parking apron nearest the ADMED building. So it supports Eagle Air, it supports guidance aviation, Lenore aircraft. So it'll be a common ramp, and we're upgrading that ramp and the fencing. The wash rack will be adjacent to the new Eagle North facility. There'll be a public ramp, public wash rack for aircraft, and we'll have a means of collecting the cost of water for people to wash their aircraft. Goes through oil water separators and all the things that are more modern for aircraft washing. The improved service road is for vehicles. That'll be just inside the fence, so making a circuit around the airport. Access control improvements are some gates. This will be mostly designed, then we'll put several orphaned gates on the access control system. The terminal vestibule and PBB, another acronym, passenger boarding bridge, will be a modification to the terminal to put in a jet bridge is the more common vernacular. So you'll see that we have a active grant request. We should hear any moment, any day now, whether we're successful. That's a $3.8 million request for a $4 million project, and we think we have a very compelling case in that regard. Taxiway F, we have actually the first tranche is going to be discretionary FAA dollars. The FAA has been very supportive of this project. It takes out a safety area concern of theirs. So the first phase will be vehicle service roads, some paving and some drainage. The next phase will kind of tie into that Taxiway Delta project that I talked about earlier, the widening and the strengthening for the bigger aircraft. And then some preliminary master plan components. We're looking at the terminal area development plan, hangar development plan, and some long-term visioning. Something the council's asked for. Look at what's next. What if the Perkins Ranch doesn't work? What if it does? We're just what's our we've looked very closely at what the next 1 or 2 or 3 years, maybe 5 years. Looking at 20 years and beyond is really important, I think, to align our efforts today.
Do you want to bring up the new control tower?
Sure. So we've made great progress. We've assembled the 4 lots that are required at the site. They will be here next week to start the environmental assessment on those. They're starting pre-design. On the street, out in the industry, they're looking at design firms that will do the design. So it's moving forward. So I think sequence events, the environmental assessment or environmental overview or the NEPA requirements, design, and then we'll begin the discussions with the FAA about the business deal, how we construct that business deal. So it's moving forward. It's moving pretty quickly.
So the funding's in place?
We think so. They've been very clandestine about that, but all indications are it's either in place or within a niche of being in place. You may recall that the FAA last year had $12.5 billion in air traffic control modernization, largely because of the devastating crash in DC that prompted a lot of discussion. So we think that it's kind of tangentially connected with that. We had they were out there doing some fiber optics work just recently, so it is moving in that direction.
Okay.
But where the funding comes from, we don't really tell us.
Thank you. Let's see, we have, let's do Patrick and then Lois.
So I know this goes to your next slide a little bit, but since you made the point about FAA funding for the control tower, what's FAA funding? I know that the primary resources are coming from federal grants, and I see a lot of federal programs being slashed. Is that not true in your field as well?
Are you speaking to this slide? I would say the competition is there, as it's always been. Programmatic slashing has not taken place on the federal level. On the state level, last year, for example, we had a big sweep in the ADOT aviation program, which has a ripple effect. But federally, not so much. We had some very good conversations. Again, we had a delegation that went to DC back in March. Had good conversations about a variety of things. So I think we're making our way through that advocacy pipeline from environmental assessment to design. And the big number in this slide is really the runway. So we're kind of preparing for a $100 million program, right, which will be over several years. So in airport world, a $100 million runway is not off the charts. There are examples of $1 billion runways out there. So it's not for small airports. So I think we have a compelling case to make, but it's going to just require that. So I'm not so concerned about the federal funding. I think the state's a little bit more at risk.
Thank you.
You bet.
Yes, Lois.
Thank you, Mayor. Question. It really hit me when I was doing the pre-work here about this ARF airport facility. When you look at a $24.8 million project and then a $1.4 million truck, and I do recall being very close because of PSTI about taking the current fire facility up there and in essence moving it down south to the new facility. But I didn't really understand. So this ARF project was not part of PSTI. No. And is this going to be something that we on council and the public are going to get more of through this master planning project, or did this happen before I joined council? I'm just trying to get in touch with what's going on here.
Well, I think Station 73 is pretty outdated regardless of whether it's moves or not. So my understanding is that the ARF station discussion started about the same time as moving Station 73. So I think there were kind of parallel efforts. the state funded 100% of the design for the RF and SRE facility. So they've already invested their money, so they're confident. I'll tell you that the FA, just because of prioritization of the projects, has kind of thrown a caution out there. But our request is that we get discretionary funding to build that facility. How that's ultimately funded, we're not sure. But I think it is very different, very set aside from the other initiative that you're talking about. And I hopefully I've not mixed too many topics there.
Well, no, because for me, building a new fire station where the crew is moving from the airport down there is a whole lot cheaper than this RF airport facility. And I don't recall us having a study session or anything on this. So if it would be possible for us to better understand this project,
sure,
and what the timetable is and where's the funding going to come from, because I spent a lot more time understanding a lot cheaper of a station than this is going to be. So
okay.
Thank you.
You bet. And I think part of the complication of this is, again, we have dirt in the wrong places. So there's about $5 million of that project is site prep. So removing the dirt, taking utilities, doing the stormwater and so forth. So, but I'd be happy to do that, whenever the council's ready. And I think I touched on the last project. Let's see, go back here. Hangar development. We'll advertise next weekend for that project. So again, this time, at the end of this calendar year, we'll be ramping up to put tenants in that building. Mayor, I think we've touched on this. I know I've taken probably more time than the city manager would like. This is the kind of the scorecard, and Lars can jump in here if he wants to embellish. To me, this highlights the two areas I've touched on. If you look at the revenues up at the top, you've got the intergovernmental operating grants. Those are the COVID grants that I spoke of. And then you see the net revenue is really the subsidy, right? So our goal is to narrow that gap over time without impacting our ability to operate the airport. Or did I skip over anything? You ready to get me off the stage?
No, you covered it, Rick. Thank you. You covered a lot of the topics here that I was going to mention on this slide.
Madam Mayor?
Yes, Jim.
The game clock shows that it's halftime. You think we could take a couple-minute break?
I think that's a good idea. Thank you.
All right. Thanks, Julie.
Let's take about, 10 minutes? Let the blood circulate back into our legs. Okay. Mr. Gambogi, recess is over. Let's go.
All right.
Halftime. It's not recess. We're not kids.
That's why I said recess, because we are kids.
All right, good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Gwen Rowich, Public Works Director. So you'll notice that there's not a pie chart on our first slide here. Just briefly, I'd like to go over the various components of Public Works. We are primarily funded through enterprise funds, the water fund, the wastewater fund, the solid waste fund, as well as the 1% street fund and HERF monies. So that's all of our monies come from the enterprise funds or the 1% tax. And until Fleet joined us, we could honestly say we didn't spend general fund money, but we kind of like Fleet, so we'll keep them. On an annual basis in FY27, we're looking at about $78 million in operating funds and another $83 million in capital projects within the Public Works Department. We currently have 183 employees. When we prepared the budget, we put together about 22 operating budgets, but finance was really nice and kind of lumped them all down into 5 strategic areas where we work. So today you don't have to go through 22 budgets with me, you just have to go through the 5. Yay. So the first one is engineering administrative services. And before I, where's the clicker? Sorry, I don't have the clicker. Sorry about that. I thought I was prepared. So before we get started, I have my leadership team here sitting in the front row. Because we're such a large department, we're going to present this budget to you cooperatively as a team. One of the things that I asked my team to do, because we do spend so much money even in the operating budget, was to highlight 2 or 3 key components that are happening within the 5 divisions that I spoke of that might be forward-facing for the public so that council can be aware of some of the big projects that we're working on in case the public asks you. So if you have questions as we go along, please stop us. We're going to start with the Engineering and Administrative Services Division, which is actually the backbone of one of the backbones of our department. That's not moving. Is it you? Nicole's my Vanna for the afternoon. No? There we go. Okay, so in the Administrative and Engineering Services Division, we have a slight increase, total increase in our operating from 2.85 million to 3 million. One of the biggest changes of that is that we moved the Healthy Lakes funds from capital into the operating budget, as well as micro-trenching temporary personnel. So as most of you know, WECOM came into the community recently. And as part of that, they are micro-trenching on some of our streets. So we hired some temporary inspectors to make sure that we have full-time inspection. That's been working out very well so that we can answer their questions right there on the spot. And we know where they're digging in our streets and that they're putting it back properly. So that small increase in engineering and admin is primarily due to those 2 things. And now I'm going to ask Randy Parham to come up to the podium, the city engineer, and he's going to talk to you a little bit about the Yavapai County Flood Control District funding that we receive and what we do with it.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem, Council, as Gwen said, I'm your city engineer. One of the groups I oversee is our design services team. It's a small team. 2 senior engineering techs, a drainage engineer, and myself. We provide design and technical support to a number of the groups within our own department. We provide preliminary engineering for other departments, and we work hand in hand with the community development and the permitting team there. So another primary function of that group is overseeing our floodplains. We do floodplain management, and we manage our drainage budget. And we work with the Yavapai County Flood Control District. Every year, we receive approximately $890,000 in funding through our IGA. And it sounds like a lot of money, but for the number of drainage complaints we get annually, the floodplain issues we're trying to address, and a number of other special projects we're trying to do, It is a very lean budget. We're always trying to supplement that budget through grants. Sometimes we get those grants, sometimes we don't. But the guaranteed funding is that 890 that I just mentioned. We try to use that as efficiently as possible. One of the ways we do that is partnering with our streets department. We have a very robust streets program that's doing rehab and rehabilitation all over the city. So whenever they come and do a new road, if it's an area where we've already earmarked a number of drainage complaints or known drainage issues, we'll piggyback off that contract and we'll do some drainage improvements at the same time. So there's cost savings there. We already have a contractor mobilized on site. And then it just makes a better overall project because now that roadway is going to be kind of protected from some of the drainage issues that can erode a roadway away. So yeah, that's kind of an overview of what we try to do. We're always trying to advance projects and reduce flood risks for our citizens. Some years we do a lot of small projects kind of peppered all over the city. And the next fiscal cycle, you're going to see just a couple bigger projects. I'll just mention two of them now. In Yavapai Hills, where there's a lot of drainage issues, we're kicking off the Hornet Drive Drainage Improvement Project, and we're actually going to be receiving bids for that project in the next few weeks here. So we'll know if that $780,000 budgeted item is where we want it to be. I'm anticipating it'll probably be a little bit less than that. Another project that we're kicking off is for the Dexter neighborhood around the area of Lincoln and Merritt. As some of you are well aware, we've had structures flooded in that area on some of the larger monsoon storms we've had in the last few years. So we're really excited to wrap up our design and looking to get that constructed in the next fiscal year as well. So I'll take any questions you have now.
Anybody have any comments? I have noticed that we've had several large expenditures focused on Yavapai Hills, I guess because they're on the very steep area in there, and it's a large subdivision, and I think the more they built, the more they disturbed the area and caused problems, so we're trying to patch that.
Yeah, exactly. A lot of steep grades. We'll talk a little bit more about the Hornet project later in the presentation, but there was different design standards at that time. So some of the conveyance in that neighborhood is undersized. We're trying to address those issues, and this is one of the projects that's going to do that.
Jay?
You were ahead of me. Okay.
Go ahead.
I'm very glad you'll be addressing the Dexter neighborhood. I was just wondering about the discrepancy between 200,000 and 780 for each of these neighborhoods.
So the Dexter, the 200K you see there is actually design dollars, and that's actually spanning 2 fiscal cycles. So that the full 200 won't be in the FY27 budget. Part of it's being paid this year.
And the 780 is also design, or that's implementation?
That is the engineer's estimate for the construction.
Yeah, we've been working on the Dexter area for, 20 years or something. It's been going on for a long time. Patrick?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I wanted to hear a little more about that, too. I remember going to some gathering of folks, maybe including some neighborhood folks, I think a couple of people from the city, Prescott College staff was, and students were looking at that particular project. The history is like we've already put a significant amount of money, it seems like, into improvements there that don't appear to have worked. Now we're going to spend another $1.5 million. And I'm wondering, do we have some new design ideas that look like it might solve the problem this time?
Yeah, and I don't have the comprehensive history in my back pocket, but I do know that we spent a large amount doing an area study. So Line Engineering with Wilson Engineering did a large master study for the entire neighborhood, and they identified 9 main projects in that study. And so we're now just, because we have limited funding for drainage, we're just now starting to fund those specific improvement plans. Because what they have provided in those reports are just like kind of 15% concept level design. So now we're moving into 100% design plans. And then after that, we're going to be funding construction. So we wanted a project that was going to have an immediate impact on the neighborhood. And so that's why this project was selected, is that getting those citizens just results right away. Because some of the projects were, I would call them maintenance level, like cleaning out the creeks, and that would have some kind of an improvement for the neighborhood, a little less expensive, but this is a project that's the neighborhood's gonna immediately feel the results of this project.
I was going to ask you on the Lincoln Avenue area, are you going to be removing a lot of trees? Because I know people were upset when a bunch of the riparian area trees were removed along that low water crossing there at Lincoln.
I'd have to go back and look at the design plans. Right now, they're at about a 30% level. I don't think there's going to be a lot of veg removal. Most of the work that we're going to be doing is going to be from curb to curb. And so you're going to see a different section with some storm drain improvements. So a lot of the mature trees that are lining the sidewalk area, we're not going to touch those. There might be some tree removal down near the creek where we have to tie in our outfall.
Okay, all right, thank you. Any other comments? Okay, continue.
All right, thank you.
All right, thank you, Randy. So next up, we're going to have Matt Colleen, our environmental program manager, come up and talk about our Healthy Lakes program and our Green Stormwater Infrastructure program.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. As Gwen mentioned, Matt Colleen. And I think the next two slides truly embody the mission statement of the strategic plan in terms of stewarding our built and natural environments. And further, that's kind of reiterated in priority 4 in how we work in preserving and protecting the natural environment and creating community livability. So the Healthy Lakes program came across this factoid, if you will, that water-based recreation creates greater economic output than either the golf or wine industries. And statewide, it also creates more jobs than mining. So this is one of the whys that we're doing this work. The Healthy Lakes program is out there on a monthly basis, monitoring, maintaining, and treating our lakes. And this coming year, we're looking at projects at Watson Lake, phosphorus binding, and that muck in the shallow kind of backwater area, start digesting that so it doesn't continuously release kind of the negative pollutants into the water column. Upper Goldwater Lake will also be continuing those muck treatments, which have provided great results to date. One other project that's kind of a hidden gem is our Groom Creek diversion. So we actually have a diversion dam in Groom Creek that sends water all the way over to Upper Goldwater Lake. And I checked on it yesterday afternoon and it's still flowing. But it's dated, it's aged and kind of falling apart structure. So we're going to go in and do some modifications to reduce some of the ponding that's happening in that area so that the neighbors aren't having to deal with mosquitoes as much. And then we're also going to be improving that diversion so we can quantify exactly how much water we are collecting out of that water right and delivering to Upper Goldwater Lake. One of the things that Gwen previously mentioned on the slides that the increase was associated with the Healthy Lakes program is we've come to realize that if we can self-perform rather than hiring one of two contractors out of the Phoenix area, we can have a significant savings. And so we calculated it out based on work we've done at Goldwater versus that which was done by consultants at Watson, and found that if we did one full lake treatment at each of our lakes, we'd save over $263,000 per year. And so that's something, I'm fortunate to have a good staff, and they're making that possible. With that, we can take any questions specific to the lakes or move on to the GSI.
Mayor?
Mary?
Sorry, I didn't mean to jump in front of you. Matt, the self-performing treatments, is that with our current staff, or are we going to have to staff up
That's with existing staff. Jeremy Cordova's pictured in that top right picture there, and that's one of the treatments, phosphorus binding, that we took to Goldwater Lake. So my guys have helped when the contractors are here, have learned from that process. And we purchased that John boat in this last fiscal year. That single treatment of Goldwater Lake more than covered the cost of the boat, the motor, and all the equipment necessary to conduct the treatment. So realizing that that kind of possibility existed, I'm unleashing them to get creative and do these on a much more nimble basis.
I appreciate that. That's great.
The other program we're going to be talking about here is the Green Stormwater Infrastructure Program. And this is, stormwater's kind of become a bit of a buzzword kind of regionally recently. And I think it's justified. It really is an untapped resource that's kind of been considered a nuisance historically. And this program really seeks to identify it as a resource and a benefit to the community. And so one of the ways it does it is it provides a cleaner way to get water more directly to our creeks and down to the aquifers, Watson and Willow, so that it can be ultimately recharged after we enjoy it for a while. And so we currently have projects for design on a Montezuma right-of-way. We're looking at doing one on the Peavine to create a buffer between the city facilities and the Peavine Trail. It's a kind of a weedy area right now, and we have runoff from a number of facilities. So we can use a number of different plants, all kind of drought tolerant, regionally appropriate pollinators that'll benefit and provide that phytoremediation of the runoff water, make it a better user experience as well. 10 days from now, you have a chance to come out to our second Strickland Park public meeting. First one went great. We appreciate those who could attend. And it was well received from the community as well. And that's one of these more of a pass-through structure. So we're getting water off the street and sooner, having local benefit to the riparian forest. We'll have some flowering species in there as well. It's going to reduce the wear on the road, the black ice in the area. So we're looking forward to get that one moving here. And one of the things we've also come to realize is that we can work in these places, whether it's the lake or in Strickland Park in this pictured example. But if we don't look at the watershed that's kind of feeding it above, we're going to be bound to repeat our work time and time again. So in places like Goldwater Lake, we're looking at the drainages and the tributaries that lean into it. We're working with volunteers historically to create check dams and other things that really slow that water down, sink it in so that it can benefit the local vegetation, but also get to the lakes in a cleaner fashion. And with that, I'd be happy to take any questions you all may have.
Yes. Matt, could you go back to the Groom Creek diversion structure improvements?
Sure.
You have some details on that. What are we doing out in Groom Creek?
So it's going to be in two phases. The first phase is mostly an earthwork phase where previous maintenance activities had created kind of a stagnant pool on kind of a side of the feature, and the residents complained about that creating kind of a nuisance mosquito breeding habitat. So we're shrinking the size of that by bringing in earth, and that'll allow the water to divert more cleanly and directly into the diversion structure. We'll also be doing some basic dam resurfacing just to help maintain its integrity so that we don't see as much seepage through the dam. We'll also do some site safety steps. Currently, there are wooden slats above one of the kind of concrete channel. And with the amount of wildlife and I'm sure kids love to go down and mess around with it, we want to make sure it's not something somebody's going to put a foot through and injure themselves. And it'll also keep that water cleaner.
Okay, thank you. Any comments? We have Mary Frederickson.
Yes, Matt, speaking again about the Groom Creek diversion work that you're hoping to get done, that's on county land. Is there any interaction between us and the county as far as the work being done there?
None to date, because it's not really required. Quite frankly, it's private property, and so it's ours, and we have the historic water right associated with it. And so this is really a maintenance function. We're not rebuilding or making significant alterations to the structure that's already there. So it's very much just a focused maintenance activity.
Thank you. And as far as the swale and buffer between the Peavine and, I'm assuming that's up the hill, the fire training center and the waste transfer station, that vegetation, is that going to be vegetation as well as a swale?
Yeah, absolutely. We find that these vegetated swales perform at a higher level than just earth and a ditch would. And so there are a number of species that are specifically good about taking the pollutants of concern. In this case, there's nutrients, which are plant food, but willows are particularly good. And then other kind of flowering shrubs. There used to be some really nice stands of milkweed through the area, so you could have essentially a butterfly garden through that area, which would be much preferred over the current weed infestation that we have.
That sounds great. I'm assuming that the vegetation along that will be native, or at least native compatible vegetation, something that won't require ongoing maintenance or watering?
No, the idea is to put the right plant in the right place. And the right plant starts out with something that's going to be regionally appropriate. It's not going to be a high water consumption type plant. And we're going to take into account, when you do something like this, you want to have flowering plants through the entirety of the season, not just at the front end and back end, but kind of a full spectrum to cover the seasons so that those pollinators can rely on that site for the entire year.
And is this something that we are in the process of, or are these just ideas that you're thinking of for the future?
So these are things that we would tackle in the upcoming fiscal year that you're considering here today. And so we've had initial conversations with GEM Environmental Corps to help provide some of that work on the ground, boots on the ground. And so from a cost perspective, they're one of the most efficient folks we can find for this kind of work.
That's great. Thank you.
Patrick?
Yeah, Matt, thank you. I think these initiatives are really great for our community, and I applaud the department for, focusing on the lakes and the infrastructure for green stormwater. Yeah, it's good work, and it's something that I think is really helpful to meet that goal of protecting our natural environment. So thanks.
Thank you.
Mr. Ruby.
Yes. In the eventuality of an implementation of a stormwater catchment policy, would there be any type of administrative load on your department, and is that accounted for in the budget?
So we already do review and make sure that commercial development subdivisions have stormwater requirements that they have to meet. So that is already part of our workload. And so we're at over 400 plan reviews for the year to date already. And so that's just a continuing thing that we would continue to do. And depending on what future code or other requirements, general engineering standard requirements can come about, we would just march in step with it so that we could realize the benefits.
Thank you.
Okay. Mary, do you have another comment?
Yes, just on the Strickland Park. I know we had the neighborhood meeting. I'm not sure if the second one has happened yet or not, but are we still in the gathering ideas, or do we know what's going to, the department is going to do in that area?
We're not at 100% design plans yet, but we're close. And so we want to make sure that if the residents, neighbors, concerned citizens have specific concerns or questions, that we can address them and that our design adequately addresses those issues if they're valid and applicable. And that next meeting's 10 days from today, and Jeremy and I will be out putting door hangers on Thursday morning. So,
Thank you. And again, assuming everything moves forward, is something we're considering to get done in the next fiscal year?
Ideally, that would go under construction in July, Strickland Park. We'd like to have it in place when the rains come so we can actually see how it works. Yeah.
Thank you.
All right,
I love Matt's optimism that we're going to get a lot of rain. I'm on his team, by the way, but I love his optimism. So next up is our Finance and Business Operations Manager, Carrie Oberheim, and she's going to talk to you about an initiative that we're going to take on this year called accreditation in Public Works.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Public Works has begun working towards our accreditation, and we're lucky to have a recent retiree on board to champion this exciting project. Accreditation through the American Public Works Association is basically a national seal of approval. It shows our department is meeting top standards for safety, efficiency, and service. It helps keep us accountable, reduces long-term risks, and makes us more competitive when going after grants or funding. At the end of the day, it's an investment in better infrastructure, stronger public trust, and supporting smart, sustainable growth in our community.
So we anticipate the timeline to be about this time next year when the accreditation board will come here and interview us. So hopefully we'll have good news for you in about a year. All right, thank you, Carrie. Any questions for Carrie? Awesome. So the Engineering and Administration Division has 16.90 people in it. It's up, it's down slightly because we had a couple folks move to the Community Development Department. All right, so the next division is Fleet Management. And as I said earlier, we were glad to bring Fleet Management into Public Works this year. They've been a great addition to our team. Overall, their budget is pretty much the same as it was last year. They do have a little bit of an increase for their parts inventory. Carrie's going to talk a little bit in a few minutes about how our fleet numbers have changed over time. And also for generator maintenance, because we added a great big generator right outside this building, so we added another one to the list of things to be maintained. So that's really what accounts for a little bit of an increase in their overall operating expenditures here. Are there any questions about their operating costs?
Lois.
Thank you. The only question I had was the slight increase in the internal charges, and I figured that was related to generator maintenance, but I figured I'd ask.
So the fleet management is an internal recovery. They work as an internal recovery fund. So everything they do, they charge to whatever department they're working for. So I believe this is, Lars maybe can answer this, but it's a reflection of the number of hours and the added vehicles to the fleet as well.
Yeah, those internal charges are actually other internal charges within the city, such as the accounting charges, administrative charges, legal services, facilities. Correct. Yep.
There you go. All right, Carrie is back.
So a quick overview of base budget increases. What we're seeing here is really just tied to a growing fleet. As we add vehicles, our parts and inventory costs naturally go up, and as repairs and replacements vary from month to month, we need to account for that. We're also spending more money on gas, oil, and shop supplies to keep everything moving smoothly, and our fleet management software program costs have increased over the years. These are the programs that help us stay efficient and organized. Additionally, maintenance for machinery and equipment, including those generators and our generator contract, is higher as our overall service needs expand. These increases reflect keeping up with demand and maintaining reliable operations.
So there are currently 11 full-time employees.
Just a minute, Patrick.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay. Thank you, Mayor. In this area, Carrie, I know this is coming way too late for the budget process, but a group that actually a previous city council had supported was Prescott Sustainability Working Group, and one of the areas that they had been looking at was the purchase of electric vehicles, charging stations, for example, in the downtown. And actually, City Council just had a paper that was all distributed to the Public Works Director today that put out, I think, some great information on terms of how this is speaking to our economic competitiveness, number one, but also to cost savings in it. We have other best practice examples like Sedona and Flagstaff, who are our competitor cities. And so I'm wondering if what steps the department might be able to take to looking at how those options might benefit us in the long term. I remember that for, I think it was for fuel consumption, there was a 66% reduction in costs to both communities. And then with respect to EV vehicles, obviously it doesn't work for fire trucks. But for EV vehicles, that there's also a cost savings with maintenance as well. And I'm wondering if you have any plans for the next budget year of maybe taking a closer look at this.
So that is definitely a big picture element, and that would include facilities to have discussions about the infrastructure needed to support an EV fleet. We actually have piloted an EV test on one of our patrol vehicles. Actually, we haven't purchased it, but we did do a 2-week demo on it, and we are considering purchasing an EV patrol vehicle for FY27. We also have to look at the rest of logistics and make sure that we can charge and how that all works, but it is in our plan. Okay. So we are looking at it. We also, over the last couple of years, have added some hybrid vehicles. Sorry. Yeah. We've added a couple of hybrid vehicles to our fleet. So when it's appropriate, we are looking into those options.
Okay, thank you.
I support that also, getting more of our EV charging stations just for the tourists to use so we don't get bypassed by them. But we also need to start utilizing them in our own fleet, hybrids or EVs.
All right, so
our fleet division has had 11 authorized positions since FY23. So a manager, supervisor, coordinator, a parts team, and 6 total mechanics. Once the FY27 purchases are complete, we will actually have a vehicle to mechanic ratio of 77-1. That is getting on the high side. For municipalities with a mixed fleet such as ours, it's typically between 55 and 75-1. So in FY28, I might be back to ask for another personnel.
you heard it here.
And then in FY27, the division will be responsible for purchasing 51 replacement vehicles and 19 new vehicles. So our fleet is expanding once again.
Mayor?
Yes, Mary.
Just to follow up on that, the replacement vehicles, 51, it's essentially 10% of the current fleet. Is that every year you're thinking 10% replacement, or are there 51 specific vehicles that need to be replaced?
So we do try to keep our fleet age down. Currently, it's about 10.25 years for our fleet age for each vehicle. 51 has been the average for the last 3 years. So we're just catching up from a time when we weren't replacing vehicles as often.
Okay, but I guess my question is that it may just be a coincidence that it happens to be 10%. So I didn't know if it was on a schedule, like every year we're going to replace the oldest 10% of our vehicles. Or
no, we don't have a timeline such as that. We have it based on the age that we purchased the vehicle last.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any more questions? Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you, Carrie. So we're going to move on to utilities operations. So utilities operation is an enterprise fund. We have the water fund and the wastewater fund. In addition to that, we do collect impact fees for both water and wastewater capital projects. First, we're going to go through the operations. Steve Olfers is going to come up and talk a little bit, but first I'm going to go through the the operating expenditures. So you can see this is the water. I believe this is the water. I'm sorry, it's water and wastewater. So we're going from about $32.5 million to $34.5 million, increase of about $2 million. Some of those increases are attributed to the South Tank Repair Project, which is leaking into the Penn Eastwood Basin. I'm sure you've heard why is there so much water in the Penn Eastwood Basin. Well, that's as a result of a leak that we have in the south tank. So we did a design project this year and we'll be repairing that, but because it's maintenance, it falls under the operating budget and not a capital expenditure.
Now, is that the tank kind of out there by Acker Park and the old drive-in? It's kind of half buried.
Yes, I believe it is, right, Steve?
Yes,
That's the one, the only one down there. Yeah. In addition to that, some of the other increases have to do with materials such as valves and mixers, disc filters, generator cells, and gearboxes. This is equipment and materials that we have to buy to maintain our basic infrastructure that's already online. That's about $500,000 in increases this year. We also have some small increases in our overtime budgets for both water and wastewater. Unfortunately, we had another leak last week and another one on Sunday from a PVC pipe leaking. So that's an ongoing issue for us that we're addressing, but our staff is unfortunately working overtime to do that. Also on the water side, this year we have to change out the media at our airport well number 3. So when we treat for arsenic, there's a media product that goes into the facility for the water to wash over and remove the arsenic. And every 2 or 3 years, we have to replace that. So that's about $250,000 increase this year to replace the media. And then we have other small increases like hauling fees, electric bills, water bills, permits for ADEQ, and tipping fees at the landfill. So some of those things have gone up simply from inflation, which is resulting in about $2 million increase for water and wastewater fund budgets. Do you have any other questions about this chart?
Nope. Mr. Gehring, do you have any questions? I guess not.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I'm going to highlight a couple of projects that we're working on. These are new ones for this year. So the first that says that water providers must go and look at all of the services that are attached to homes that come off of their water systems to ensure that there is no lead in those lines. So we started with a phase 1. This is phase 2. Phase 1 got us down from our 28,000 plus connections down to 15,000 that we still are out there that need to be surveyed. This next phase, starting this year, probably will last for the next 5 years to get and check out all of the different services that are out there. So the first year, as I said, this year, we'll get about 3,000 services checked and continue those until such a time as we meet the requirements of this new regulation. So that's one of our big ones. We'll be starting in July. We'll be sending out information to all the different folks we're targeting this year, and we will be out trying to come in compliance with this.
Madam Mayor.
Yes, Ted.
Steve, you're looking for lead in water?
I'm looking for lead lines.
Lead
lines. So lines that are made of pipes that are made of lead. That is correct.
How far back does that go?
Well, we have found 0 in our first round, but we're required to go out and check everything. So
you'd have to go to London or something to find lead lines. But it also says copper. Is there something concerned about copper?
Well, lead and galvanized kind of go hand in hand. So the galvanized tends to capture copper and lead, and that can also be released. This comes out of the Flint, Michigan type situation where they had a corrosion control change, and it sucked all the lead and the copper out of all the pipelines. So that's what this is coming from.
Thank you. Amazing.
Our second one is, as Gwen has talked about, was a south tank repair. We've been working on this for almost a year now. It turns out it's quite a undertaking, trying to find a leak in a 30-foot deep hole. We have to go under the tank to find the leaks. So this is going to be quite a spectacular it's construction project when we get to it in October. The reason why we're saying October is because we can't take it offline until the demands drop. This is the main tank in the southern part of the city, and so we have to wait until our demands drop to be able to take this tank down.
Wait till fire season's over, please.
October, at least.
October
Okay.
26th.
All right, Jim.
So, Steve, the last time I had my crew looking for a leak in a concrete tank, we sprayed the diver down with chlorine and sent him in to look for the leak with a leak detecting solution that would go through into the hole. Is that not available?
Our challenge is that the leaks are in the drain lines that are underneath. So the largest line is a 24-inch and the smallest line is an 8-inch. We haven't found any volunteers yet to go into those
Not
pipes.
in that size line.
No. So we've done some robotic surveys, and we're actually going to do a CIPP type lining in those lines. And the last, go ahead, sorry.
CIPP.
Sorry. Cast in place, help me. Cured in place pipe.
Cured in place pipe.
Cured in place pipe.
Okay.
So we take a pipeline and we put it in backwards and heat it with steam, and it sticks to the inside of the pipe. So it keeps water from coming in or going out. So it essentially makes another pipe within the other pipe.
Okay. Got it.
Moving on to the third project that we have, this is in water production, our PFAS study. This is, we're in the middle of our two-phase project. Our first phase is almost complete. Our second phase will be coming to council in the fall of this year. And the point of this was to help us determine what kind of treatment systems we want to use and where we want to put them. So we were very fortunate. The state of Arizona approached us and offered money to pay phase two, and so that's what we're waiting for, is our phase two to complete. And again, that will be coming to us, and it'll be here to review in late this year, and we'll be ready to start going into design and further construction with these different systems as we move through the next couple of years. Moving on to water distribution.
I'm sorry, Mary. Sorry, just before we get off this slide, stepping back to the lead and copper program, is that an unfunded mandate from the EPA, or are they providing funding for all this work?
The funds were to come out of the infrastructure project during the Biden administration, the $1 billion.
And?
Well, we didn't get any.
Nice, okay. And is there some time requirement from the EPA to get this work done?
By 2031.
And are we projected to hit that?
Yes, ma'am.
Sad about the money, but good to hear.
Thank you.
Jim.
So the last I recall, we authorized a contract to fix Chino Well 5. Is that back together yet?
Yes, sir, it is.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I also have a question on the 5-year CIP. You have drilling a new well because we have airport number 5 shut down. And it's probably not till 5 years. Don't you think we should move that up in view of the drought and our growth, that maybe we should look at drilling that well a little sooner if we need to?
That's something that we depend on our engineering team to come up with that. But at this point, if I recall, it's a placeholder, correct?
Yeah, I think I can answer that. So, Mayor, Council, water and wastewater master plan calls for a future 6th well, and I believe even a 7th well at some point. That well was scheduled to come online sooner, but because of the Gila adjudication, we're pausing on drilling new wells. I can also tell you that even with well 5 offline, we didn't have to bring it on in the last 2 years that it's been off. So we have enough pumping within our existing well fields. We have 2 well fields, one at the airport, one in Chino. We have enough water coming into the system to feed our daily demands, and we have not had to turn well 5 back on. It is, and it will be, the largest producing well that we have in both well fields when we do turn it back on. So the likelihood that we would need a well number 6 right now is not highly likely. And until they settle the terms of the Gila adjudication with the subflow zone questions going on, it's a better idea to delay implementing another well in case we might have to move it. So we're kind of biding our time and waiting to see what those determinations are. I'll let Joe speak to that a little bit more.
Yeah, because, our water use does increase over the summer. But
It does.
It does depend on the monsoons, and I think this year they're predicting a good monsoon for us, although last year they predicted a good monsoon, but it came late.
So one of the things we do really well in this community is water conservation.
Mm-hmm.
I can tell you that we pump very close to the same amount of water today that we did 20 years ago, and our population has increased by more than 12 to 15,000 people, and we're pumping the same amount of water today as we were 20 years ago, and that is largely due to water conservation. And one of the biggest things that compels people to conserve is a water bill.
Okay, I'm glad you're keeping an eye on it.
Oh, my eye's on it.
Okay, great.
Yeah,
Okay, thank you.
Moving on to our water distribution programs. Water distribution is the pipelines that are in the ground. One of the challenges with working with an older infrastructure is that the codes have changed as to where valves and how many valves need to be within the system. Currently, we have systems that are areas of town that are controlled by a single valve. If we close that valve, they go out of water. So, for instance, we did a capital project a couple of years ago up in the Idlewild neighborhood area. When the original concept came up, there was going to have to be 240 people out of water. By inserting one of these valves, putting a valve within the line, while it's still running, we reduced it down to 1 house being out. And so we're asking for money to go out and put these in strategic areas. This year, we're going to start with 5. This is the first year of our program, so we're going to go out and install 5 of these valves to make sure that they work as we wish and how we hope they do, hopefully to expand this project or this program as we go through the next couple of years.
Kathy?
Lois?
Yeah, just a question. This insert to valve program, in a few slides or pages, you had this, maps that said new PRV site. Is that?
A PRV is a pressure reducing valve.
Not the same
different.
as
This is
different.
a flow control valve. So
Okay,
this
thank you.
actually stops the flow. The second project within our distribution is to join the citywide weed abatement program. This is a program where we hire a vendor to go out and make sure that all of our weeds and other detritus are taken care of at our remote sites. Of course, Utilities has a large number of sites that we have been dealing with in-house, and we're asking to take them out and give them to a vendor so that they're done in compliance with the fire risk and Firewise and whatnot. So this is a new program for us this year.
Okay, if there aren't any questions, there are 71.93 employees within water and wastewater combined. We do have a pretty robust capital plan for water and wastewater. I've got I've got one of these slides for water and then another one for wastewater. The ones that are bolded there, we're going to specifically call out and talk about with you, but if there's another one on the list that you would like to talk about, got Nicole here, she can bring it up on the screen with no problem. So Tim Sherwood, our capital program manager, is going to present this part of the presentation with me. On the water production and distribution side, we have what's called a citywide water main replacement program, where we go in and replace smaller sized mains, as small as 2 inches sometimes, or 4 inches. In order to achieve current International Fire Code fire flows, we need at least an 8-inch main in most areas. So we go in every year and we replace water mains. So Tim's going to talk about that. And we're also going to talk about some developer obligations that we have in the Deep Well area. There's 2 of them, one on Pioneer Parkway and one at Deep Well to connect at Pioneer Parkway.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Tim Sherwood, Capital Program Manager. So the first thing I want to go over is going to be our water main replacement program. And Mayor Pro Tem, I heard you allude to the PRV on this map. So I'll go kind of start from left to right. So this project is going to allow the water main you see on Parker Drive will connect from Skyline Drive down to Circle P and Parker. Currently, the water main comes up Circle P and dead ends right there. Or actually, I take it goes down. It goes keeps going down Circle P, but up Parker Drive, there's currently no water main. The meters that serve those houses in there the meters are at the end of that line, and then they have extremely long yard lines that get back to their homes. So this will provide. We're going to install a new fire hydrant up there, so this will help improve fire flows and provide redundancy in the system. The other area you're looking at where it says install new water main is on Idlewild Road. There's currently no city water main in that section right there, so we're going to install a new main there. The only loop we have in the system is Pine Drive that kind of goes around and above it down to where it says replace the PRV site. That's currently a 4-inch asbestos concrete pipe, or what we call an ACP pipe. So that'll provide better redundancy, better flows throughout the system. The new PRV that you see, that replacement there, that again will improve redundancy and connect pressure zone 27 and pressure zone 28. And then the other PRV you see in the upper right-hand corner, it'll be a new PRV station, again, providing for redundancy and improved fire flows in this area. And we'll connect pressure zones 28 and 48. So the whole project overall will help improve redundancy in the system, improve fire flows in an area of town that could definitely use it. So that's phase 1 of our water main replacement. Phase 2, the first portion will be at Country Club Circle, which is right off of Thumb Butte Road, a little bit south of where the bowling alley is at. Currently, it's an age, size, and condition update. Currently, it's a 6-inch ACP line. We've been installing a new 8-inch line, a new 8-inch ductile line. It'll help address some operational issues in that area as well. Then the other area that's highlighted is Willow and Ash and Brush Street. Currently, again, another age, size, and condition project. Currently, there's a mix of 6-inch ACP lines and 2-inch galvanized lines. We'll also, on Willow Street, we'll connect to Western. It currently does not do that, so that'll help with connectivity and flow in the area. These areas also were identified as part of the pavement management program. So again, when we talk about looking at projects holistically, we had projects that came up in regards to needing new pavement or pavement treatments. We look at the utilities, and so we're going to put new water lines in before we fix the asphalt. These projects will be done together, though. The pavement road replacement will be done in conjunction with the water main replacement.
And these projects are scheduled to go out to bid this summer, too.
Yes. Both phase 1 and phase 2.
And are you replacing old PVC pipes or cast iron pipes, or what kind of pipes are you replacing?
In some of these areas, especially this area here, that like I said, there's a Willow, Ash, and Brush has a mixture of 6-inch steel lines and 2-inch galvanized lines. So those will be replaced. There's no PVC in these areas. This 6-inch line in Country Club Circle is a asbestos concrete pipe. It's an ACP pipe. There's been a series of failures up there that we need to get fixed, and the road needs to be fixed, so we will tackle both of those.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Patrick?
Yes. Does the water meter replacement program, is that more system or is that the smart water meters too?
So the water meter replacement programs, that is system-wide. It's a replacement system-wide. We're about 50% through that 5-year process now.
Okay.
Yeah.
The next phase of our citywide water main replacement, phase 3, is currently in design. Again, it addresses some age, size, and condition upgrades. The very lower part of the picture there, you see Vista, Circle, Loma, and Crest Drive. It's between Country Club and Coronado. Again, an area that the roads are failing miserably up there, and so we started addressing the utilities. It was time to fix the water mains. So again, it's an age, size, condition upgrades. Currently, there's 2-inch galvanized in that location, and we're upgrading to a new 4-inch and 6-inch ductile iron pipe in that area. The other area on the lower right-hand side is Canyon View Street. Again, it's currently only a 2-inch galvanized line. We'll be upgrading that to a new 6-inch DIP line, and that'll also provide connectivity to Robinson Drive and Butterfield, where currently it comes up Canyon View and stops short of Robinson Drive. And then the last one at the very top of the screen is La Paloma Lane. Again, another road with only 2-inch galvanized lines in it. We'll be replacing that with a new 6-inch DIP line. And then the last one I have for you today is phase 4, which is the Hokagon area out Williamson Valley Road. It's an unincorporated area of Yavapai County. Again, age and condition upgrades. Currently, there's a lot of 6-inch asbestos concrete pipe mains out there. There's been a history of water main failures out in this location. It's a maintenance problem for our water operations. There's some extremely high pressures, especially as you start getting to the south side of Hokagon. And this project's also being done in conjunction working with the county. The county has a lot of road improvement repairs they want to do out in this neighborhood. And so we become kind of a third-party utility in this instance because we're not fixing the roads, but the county plans on it. So again, we want to replace our water mains before they fix their roads. This will probably be done in multiple phases. We're very early in the process of communicating with the county at this point. So we'll see how this project goes. It's not currently in design, but it's going to be coming up soon.
And they have water but no sewer out there, right?
That is correct.
They're
That
all
is
on
an
septic.
unsewered area.
It's kind of the common thing to do back then is run city water lines out there, and everyone just puts in their own septic tank.
Okay. And the last one I have for you is what we call Exhibit H. That's how it was in the original development agreement. This will tie in a new 16-inch water main on the south side of Pioneer Parkway in Zone 110 and connect up to Jenna Lane. The original development agreement, more or less straight across from where it intersects from Jenna Lane, we were going to tie into the 12-inch steel line, but that line was installed in 1948. So from operational perspective and, like I said, trying to keep our infrastructure as up to date and new as possible, we will be boring underneath Pioneer Parkway and then taking the line up to Jenna Lane, meeting our DA obligation, and not having to tie into that very old steel line. That line actually runs all the way from Chino to Zone 0. But that line will be slowly phased out over the coming years as we do more and more infrastructure projects.
Yeah. And I just would like to make a comment for the public to be aware of this water and wastewater infrastructure projects for Deepwell Ranch. I looked at the 5-year capital improvement plan, and if you total up all the projects in the next 5 years, which are all going to be funded by debt, it's $7.175 million, $14.25 million, $21.5 million, and then we have the $500,000 one, and then you add this $650,000 one, and that adds up to a total of $44.6 million just for the taxpayers to provide infrastructure to this private project. And then also, because of the airport wasn't protected on the annexation, you can add in another $12.7 million that the taxpayers are going to have to pony up for land acquisition. So it brings a total of $57.7 million for this one subdivision that is having their infrastructure funded by the public purse. And it is something that we need to take note of, that this was all in development agreements. All these expenditures, they could have been negotiated in a much more better way, but we didn't. So here we are, ponying up almost $60 million for this private development.
Okay.
So throughout the Public Works presentation, I have a few fund summaries. The first one we'll go over is the water fund. What you're seeing here is looking under the hood of the hard work staff does. So when we're preparing and balancing our budgets, especially in the public works side, we forecast 5 years of revenue and operation so that we can project with our capital projects to balance that program. And then public works staff goes back and looks at, okay, we might need to shift projects here or there to make them work out financially. So on the slide, you'll see the water fund. We projected the water sales based on the rate study. We have a few years left of that rate study, which goes through fiscal year 29. And after that, we're assuming a 2% increase per year. You remember the rates that were adopted, we had in the water fund pretty large increases in the first 2 years. We had a 13% for the first, 11% for the second year, and then after that. So the next increase is projected to be a 2% rate increase January 1st. There's less debt issuances in the water fund. When you get to wastewater, that's a different story. The main point to look at here is the bottom, the fund balance ending. So when you look at the last year of the plan, so fiscal 31, ending fund balance is at $32.2 million. That shows a healthy fund balance. It also shows me that even though we, in the rate study, projected some additional loan and bond requirements, we may not need that because there's enough fund balance there to cash pay those projects. So we monitor this as we go, and we'll decide when we get closer to starting those particular projects.
Any questions on the fund balance?
Kathy?
Let's see, Patrick, and then Lois. Oh, okay, Lois, you're up.
Okay. So you're hitting on something, and now you just confused me, because I was looking at about halfway down, there's capital sources and bond proceeds. And I thought we were talking about bond proceeds. I know we're going to talk about it in the next wastewater section. But what is out there in fiscal year 29, 30, 31 growing sources or proceeds?
Those would be planned projects that were in the rate study planned to be funded through WIFA loans. One of them is the PFAS remediation. I was just pulling that up here. Do you have the other ones?
North Airport Distribution Loop and PFAS. So the three projects are, sorry, can I see that? The three projects are the North Airport Distribution Loop, which would run along the northwest side of the airport to provide connectivity, and then PFAS remediation and the water line to Section 32, or Section 33 for the AED development agreement.
About the $2.5 million in this coming budget, is that the end of something?
So that's the end. So we're currently rebuilding our Zone 41 tank and pump station, and that's part of the funding, the WIFA funding for that particular. It's currently under construction. Okay, if there aren't any other questions on water, we'll switch over to wastewater. And Steve is back to tell us about some initiatives they're doing in wastewater collection.
Back again. Wastewater collection is obviously the lift stations and the pipelines that we use to transmit wastewater. We have 65 lift stations, and we just cannot get them all completed as well as we want to. So just a lot of old infrastructure. So we have a lift station repair program that we do in-house, where we upgrade the pumps, upgrade the electrical panels. A lot of the electrical panels are so old that we have to have devices in them to make conversions to make the new pumps work. And so we're replacing the electrical panels and the pumps. The one that you see here on this slide is Forest Trails 2. We did that last year. This year, we're asking to do Forest Trails 1 and Timber Ridge 1. Small lift stations, but impossible to get the sewer out of those areas unless we have lift stations. And so we work on these in-house and build them as we can. So that's what this program is. Any questions on that? The second program is a trenchless repair program. This is a program where we go through and insert new pipes or break apart old pipes and put new pipes in them. Pipe bursting is the common term for that. We're able to take the old pipes, break them out, put a new pipe in its place, and upsize the line. You don't have to have trenches all throughout the neighborhood. You can do it all underground. So this is a project that one of the projects we're going to be featuring this year is on Ruth Street in conjunction with C3, which is the lift station and the pumps and the pipelines that connect part of centralization. And so we'll be using pipe bursting in that situation to try to save as much time as we can. We'll also be using what's called the point repair. This is where they put a little robot in the pipeline, and it's able to cover a crack or some kind of problem within the pipeline that's less than 4 inches, and it just goes in there and it's able to patch it. Saves us from having to do groundwork or digging them up. It's a great program. We do between 35 and 40 of these a year. The next one is our manhole repair and replacement program. This is an ongoing program. We have about 9,600 manholes in the system. This also comes out of the consent order from the ADEQ that required us to reduce the amount of inflow and infiltration that we have in our system. So we've been focusing on brick manholes, which we have a large number of. Every year we aim to do about 50 manholes, and we budget the money to try to do that. So that you approved some night work for us last year to do some of these manhole repairs, and so we're going to continue moving our way through the system. Any questions with that one?
Trick.
How many a year?
We try to do 50 a year. Yes, it doesn't math very nicely, does it?
And the math to 9,600?
Yeah. It's a generational
I should be
program.
off council by then.
Yeah, it's a generational program.
And a brand new program too, to be fair. We're working our way through it and we'll most likely increase that number over time. Yeah. And the last thing up there on the screen is the centralization cost analysis, which Councilman Gehring asked about earlier in the meeting. We'll be bringing a contract to council, or we'll be initiating a contract here soon to discuss spending taxpayer dollars to evaluate the costs and benefits of centralization.
I'd like to add that in the 5-year CIP plan, my math, it added up to 104 million, 0.6.
So in the 3-year, Mayor, it's it's about $100 million, and in the 5-year, it's about $150 million in capital.
150?
In capital. Mhm.
Yikes.
Yeah, and we're going to talk about that here on a slide coming up.
Okay.
Okay, so moving on to our wastewater treatment plants. So we have two, one at Sundog and one at Airport. These projects that I'm going to bring to you encompass both of those. The first one is the air diffuser membrane replacement. When you have an aeration chamber, you have to have metered air coming out, and they're polymer type discs that sit on top of them. And as the air comes out, they wear down. And so we replace them every 10 years or so. This is year 3 of 3 to replace all of these air diffusers at the airport plant. And it just helps to making it more efficient in its treatment process. The second one is at the Sundog plant. This is a blower and repair program. If you have air, you have to have blowers. The blowers at Sundog are starting to come to the end of their life. We currently have a single blower working. This blower would be the backup and actually would become the primary, so then we can redo the other blowers that are within the system. And lastly, because we sell our effluent, we have to filter it. The traveling bridge filter rehabilitation program. 2 years ago, you gave us $800,000 to replace the the underground part. This year, we're asking for the funds to replace the above ground stuff, electrical, the bridge itself. It actually runs on like train rails that need to be replaced. So that's where this is going to complete an entire filter rehab.
All right. If there's no questions on that, we'll move into the capital program for wastewater. So I've bolded the 4 projects that are getting ready to, well, a couple of them are getting ready to go to construction, and a couple of them are in design. But Mayor, to answer your question about the $150 million in loans, which we did have a presentation earlier this year from a bond counsel who came up and explained that to us. And this is why we're exploring those kinds of options right now. But the Sundog Trunk Main Phase C is a $43 million project. Willow Creek Gravity Sewer, which is along Willow Lake Road, is a $14 million project. The Airport Water Reclamation Facility Solids Handling Facility is a $12 million project, and the Deep Well Wastewater and Airport Distribution Loop, as you mentioned, is $21.5 million. Those projects are scheduled for debt funding. The ones bolded here, Tim and I are going to go through and kind of explain what the projects are. We also have a couple of projects that are in design. The Airport Distribution Loop is currently in design, and the Prescott East Area Regional Lift Station, which we call the Pearl, is also currently in design.
Let me ask you this. Are we maxed out on our WIFA funding, and so now we're going to have to issue bonds?
So, Mayor, it's not that we're maxed out on our WIFA funding, and Lars can come up if I don't answer this question correctly, but WIFA is not as forgiving with wastewater loans as they are with water loans. On our water loans, if we make our payments on time, we get down to the end and there's loan forgiveness in the package. On the wastewater side, that's not true unless your project is of a value of at least $50 million, and none of these projects alone is $50 million. Also, WIFA has started reducing the length of the repayment period to 20 years. That's a huge burden on the people who live here for the next 20 years, when this infrastructure that I'm showing you should last this community at least 50 years, and probably longer than that. So we're looking at ways to spread the debt out over more time so that the people who are using it are paying their share instead of the people in the next 20 years paying for everybody for the next 50 years. So that's kind of the rationale behind looking for other funding options. One, because WIFA's loan terms are not as favorable as they used to be. And the second, so that we can spread the debt over a longer period of time. Did I get that right, Lars? Sweet, I got thumbs up. Okay, cool. All right. Tim.
Good afternoon again, Mayor and Council. So the first project I'll start with is our Sundog Trunk Main Phase C3. I know we've had some discussions about this in the past. It will begin at a regional lift station right adjacent to Granite Creek Park. It's actually on a piece of property that we've acquired from, actually the council will vote on that, I believe, in July. Property acquisition at the KYCA radio station site. At that point, it will become a force main, and there will also be a new gravity main that feeds it that's approximately 3,800 feet long, coming from over in the Miller Valley area over to that lift station. That'll be a new 24-inch Hobos gravity sewer main. And then starting at the radio station, that line is approximately 27,000 lineal feet in length. Kind of runs westerly, goes up through the Dexter neighborhood, up Ruth Street past the high school, eventually goes past Taylor Hicks, cuts across to Tamarack, intersects with Rosser a little bit. I'm drawing a blank on the name of the street. There's a little subdivision there. But it intersects with Rosser, eventually connects with SR 89, and then will be tied into a line that's waiting for it at Prescott Lakes Parkway. It was part of what we did when we did the Sundog Lift Station project. There's a pipe there waiting to receive this one. This project will address a current ADQ consent order that we currently have, as well as the 27,000 lineal feet of pipe. We have approximately 40 new manholes, 30 new air release valves because the pipe does not flow consistently uphill. It kind of goes up and down. So at every high point, we have to put an air release valve in, as well as 5 odor control units. So we're not a nuisance to the neighborhoods. There's also drainage and roadway improvements that will be done as part of this project as well. Next. So this is the deep well wastewater and airport distribution loop. As Gwen mentioned, this is a development agreement obligation for the city. There will be new trunk mains approximately from the left-hand side of the screen. So that's kind of the western edge of section 34 over to the airport, crossing underneath Highway 89. This will eventually be tied into by the developer to the left side of the screen, and it will eventually allow the lift station that was installed with the Hidden Hills development to go away. They'll be able to gravity all that distance. And then the upper right-hand portion of the screen, again, it's going to be upsizing the size of the pipes to help with the increased capacity in that area. It crosses the airport. The white building you see there is the FedEx building. We installed a pipe through that area a few years ago to kind of meet up with this one. And then again, the water main loop will complete the North Zone 12 system loop on the north side of the airport.
Yeah, and how is that runway extension going to affect this pipe?
Currently, right now, we're looking at pipe bursting that as an interim measure because we just really can't wait much longer to allow the airport runway process to run its course. So we're looking at pipe bursting that. We've had conversations with the airport to at least get that upsized to a point where it helps us with capacity in the meantime.
And then they'll be putting the runway over it?
Yes.
Okay.
The Willow Creek Gravity Sewer Project, pretty self-explanatory. It goes right along Willow Lake Road. The beginning of the project on the left-hand side is a current existing lift station. It proceeds easterly, goes around the curve, and will go to the existing Prescott Lakes Regional Lift Station. The Prescott Lakes Lift Station will be completely reconstructed, new wet wells, new pumps, new generator. It's approximately 6,600 lineal feet of new 30-inch gravity pipe, approximately 19 new manholes in this project, and it eliminates at least 2 lift stations, the big lift station that's on the far left-hand side, and then just before you get to the curve, there's a neighborhood lift station that currently dumps into the system. That will be able to go away as well because we'll be able to go gravity. And that's pretty much it for that one. And another project that's part of a development agreement obligation, as Gwen mentioned, we affectionately refer to this project as the Pearls for Prescott East Airport Regional Lift Station. It's located north of SR 89, kind of just a little bit west of the Peavine Trail. It helps meet future capacity requirements for DA with AED for sections 32 and 33. The area right now is currently served by a lift station that's just not going to be capable of meeting future demands. So this lift station will need to be constructed at this location. I'd be happy to answer any questions you guys may have.
No? Okay.
Mayor?
Okay, Mary.
The Willow Creek Gravity Sewer, we recently have heard about some archaeological work that's happening along this same stretch. I see it's budgeted for this coming fiscal year. Do we have any understanding whether or not that'll be a hitch in the get-along as far as getting this work done?
The archaeological work is complete.
Sorry?
The archaeological work has been completed.
I didn't know that. Thank you.
All right, in wastewater treatment, we have 2 upcoming projects. As you know, currently SR 89 improvements, effluent wastewater pipelines is in design. And we will be going to bid this summer for our airport water reclamation facility solids handling building to the tune of $12.6 million.
So the first project, the effluent and wastewater SR89 road improvements, I think you are all familiar with this. So it's basically the project limits are from Tippin Trail on the north to Willow Lake Road on the south. It'll be an installation of a new 24-inch HDPE or hydropolyethylene pipe for effluent and a new 24-inch gravity sewer main. In the corridor, there will be some minor road safety improvements as needed in some of the areas to improve sight lines and traffic movement. That's about it for that one. We've talked about it quite a bit.
And then the airport.
Yes. Mm-hmm. So this is located out at the current airport water reclamation facility site. The current solids handling facility will not meet future capacity demands. The plant's currently permitted for 4.75 million gallons a day. The project will include the installation of a 400 gallon per minute centrifuge. Currently has a 250 gallon per minute. It'll also provide for future expansion for up to 3 400 gallon per minute centrifuges. And as Gwen mentioned, that project will probably go out to bid this summer.
Lois?
So a question, I'm sorry, I'm confused. Is the current airport water reclamation center capacity insufficient, or are you trying to build incremental capacity for future demand? I'm not sure.
You might be able to help me on that one.
The answer to that is yes. We have a capacity issue, and we're building, if we're going to upgrade the facilities, we want to upgrade them so that we don't have to upgrade them when we're doing the entire plant.
So we've grown while we've centralized, and so now we're near capacity at the place we're centralizing to.
Correct, which is why we're trying to make it take up to 15 million gallons of flow a day.
Okay. So why didn't we keep Sundog open longer?
It's still open, but it does not treat solids. All of our solid treatments happen at the airport.
And Mayor Pro Tem, Sundog still does treat. We treat 1 million gallons a day at Sundog. Mm-hmm. And we send 1 million gallons a day from Sundog to the airport water reclamation facility. So we have been over the last 15 years saying we were going to take Sundog offline in the next 5 to 7 years.
Exactly.
But it's been 15 years,
right?
And so when we do the centralization evaluation, that's one of the things we're asking the consultant to look at is whether we should keep Sundog online. But that would be a very big capital investment to do at this point because we have, for the last 15 plus years, not maintained that facility in a manner or even rebuilt it, which it's been rebuilt twice already. So we haven't done those things, but we are asking the consultant to look at that as well. But Steve is correct when he says we are building because we don't have enough capacity to treat solids, because we don't treat solids at Sundog anymore. And we are also looking to the future when the airport water reclamation facility is at its maximum capacity. So that we're building a building that we can add on to in the future. It will not be at its full capacity today, even when we build it. So again, we had a plan. We're following the plan to centralize, and part of that is taking Sundog offline, which we have been gradually doing over time.
And then we're going to invest a lot up at the airport, probably for many years to come.
The airport water reclamation facility was built for future expansion. It was built in a manner so that we could expand it in the future.
Okay.
And the next expansion, I believe, is the last one, isn't it, Steve? I believe the next one is the last expansion, is it not?
For now, yes. I
For
believe there's another.
for build out based on, so when we do the master plans, the consultant looks at what is the maximum number of people we're going to serve. And for build out, the next expansion of the plant is for build out of the city in terms of how many homes it can accommodate.
Does that cover all of our development agreement?
Yes,
and
ma'am.
all of our economic development plans and visions?
Yes, ma'am. We update it every 5 years, so when they add new development agreements in over the last 15 years,
Right.
those are integrated into the master plan, and the master plan is updated to accommodate those.
Okay.
And because your development agreements have a maximum number of residents, that helps us to quantify what those maximums look like.
Yeah, and also the airport reclamation facilities already stubbed out. Isn't it already been stubbed out for increased capacity?
Yes, Mayor, it was built to be added onto in phases. This will be the third phase.
Well, here's a question I'm having a hard time with. If we're using the same amount of water as we did 30 years ago, then why do we have to massively increase our sewer water treatment?
Because you have 15,000 more homes that haven't been built yet.
So we will be using more water.
You will in the future.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, got it.
Short person, tall person.
So again, here's the 5-year forecasted plan for the wastewater fund. Contrary to the water fund, this one has a lot of debt issuances, as was already talked about. It totals $150.3 million over this 5-year period. And this, as Gwen mentioned, these projects do have a useful life of 40 to 50 years. We will be looking at issuing debt starting in the next fiscal year. Through revenue bonds was the approach we had presented to council, yet to be voted on, but that was the recommendation to go that direction for longer terms so that we can pay off that investment over a longer period of time. The end of fiscal year 26 fund balance in the general fund's 12.6 million. So with the capital plan presented, that's the only option, is to then to fund this through bond proceeds. Yeah,
And we can issue that debt without going to the taxpayers for a vote.
Correct. Revenue bonds are council authorized.
Okay.
The point I wanted to make here is it was as you're issuing debt, then you're also incurring additional operating expense through debt service. So there's a new debt service line in the middle there in the expenditure category. So we'll be adding another 7.2 million of debt service to this fund. However, if you compare that, the operations at 25.8 in fiscal year 31, the revenues are sufficient to pay for that. And that's all in the design of the rate study, is to make sure that this happens. And that's all I have on this, unless there's any questions.
Well, these are pretty sobering numbers. And it's, we've been growing and growing and growing and adding more and more subdivisions and more development agreements with our obligating our taxpayers, and we're basically just mortgaging the farm here. And but we have no choice. So this is, I guess, reality is biting us right in the nose, and it's some discussion that when we were doing all these annexations, we didn't think about this, obviously, or maybe we did, but it didn't impress upon us. We didn't care, you know. So anyway, any comments?
Yeah, we're about to close in on 5 o'clock, and we've only covered 34 of 57 slides.
Yeah. You want to adjourn, maybe, and just wrap it up, and we can come back and have another session, because we started at 1.
Yeah.
And we can barely think anymore.
It's up to you.
Yeah.
Works for me.
Yeah. We can schedule another session here.
Okay.
To
When?
wrap it up. Well,
Just
we've
a
got-
question.
This is a big. we got
Friday night or maybe
transportation,
Sunday?
streets. But, yeah. So we're going to have to, I think, adjourn and then come back, find some time, another couple hours. Yeah, because I think we're just getting to the point where we're just kind of, this has been a lot of information to digest for 4 hours. Okay. So any public comment before we adjourn?
You do have public comment, Mayor.
Okay, let's take some public comment.
Sundrop Carter. She's been sitting in the back patiently.
I saw you back there crocheting or knitting or something.
Yeah, I'm getting a lot of pillow covers done while I'm at meetings. Whole interior decorating thing is happening at my house because of city council. My comment is actually about a piece of the agenda we haven't talked about yet, which is streets. So I'm a regular bike rider. I ride around Prescott. And I noticed, and maybe at the next thing I will be educated about whether I was right in reading the budget, that it doesn't seem to be there's funds allocated for bike lanes. So as a bike rider, I will say most of the streets in Prescott are not super safe because there are no bike lanes, or the bike lanes, quite frankly, are not sufficient. So I live up above the high school near Taylor Hicks. Technically, there are bike lanes on Willow Creek. I only ride on Willow Creek going to the farmer's market at 7:30 in the morning when there's no traffic, because those bike lanes are maybe 6 inches wider than my handlebars. So drivers going by, especially in trucks, have to swerve around me, or else their mirrors would be in danger of smacking me in the head. So I would just encourage City Council to prioritize. We talk a lot about traffic in Prescott and the needs of cars, but maybe reframing how we think about our streets policy to prioritize the needs of people, since really transportation is about moving people from point A to point B, which means we could think about bike lanes, public transportation, things beyond just how do we make roads better for cars, but how do we make roads better for the people who live here? Because quite frankly, riding your bike in Prescott is like an extreme sport. And finally, I did just want to note at the beginning of this meeting, I believe, Mayor, you said there were only maybe 2 of us, non-city employees in the audience, probably because it's 1 p.m. on a Monday and the 50+% of Prescottonians who are not retired yet are at work. So maybe explore some times for meetings where people who are not as lucky as I, who are self-employed and can just schedule to sit around for 4 hours in the afternoon, but expand the time so more people can attend. Thank you.
I thought it was the topic that was keeping people away.
Tony Hamer.
Mayor and Council, thank you very much for the time
Kathy, I agree with you. These are very sobering numbers. We have a huge job to do here. The lady that just spoke also brought in the issue of we need to involve the community in terms of where we are today. So we've got a major marketing and communication issue with the public. In addition, we've got sobering numbers. So, you know, as I looked at the budget and I've listened today, you know, we need to do a scenario analysis, the top side and the bottom side in terms of the budget. Because otherwise, when we get a slight surprise, we won't have a way of approaching it. So, Dallin, I believe, you know, to do a scenario analysis would be very, very beneficial, and then to look at what it is that you'll have to react to if any of those scenarios were to happen. So please listen to that. Secondly, we have a heavy reliance on a very volatile sales tax. We have an economy out there in the world that is changing in front of our eyes, and we need to again put that into how we look at a scenario around the city of Prescott. In addition, on a statewide basis, we have legislative vulnerability in terms of our abilities to raise taxes. Thirdly, we're very dependent on the tourist, yet we don't have a tourism business plan. We've always been very fortunate with people coming up here in the 20 years that I've lived here, but we need to do better than that, because that delta between revenue and the costs of our tourism business needs to be seriously looked at. Finally, I worry about the age of our community, not the people, the infrastructure. And while we've heard today of 58 million here for Deep Well and 15 million over here, we have an aging infrastructure that we need to get very serious about. We need a 20-year capital projection so that we can see how we survive as a community. But there's only two of us here that are interested enough to bring this up. There are 8 people watching on YouTube, though, so we've got at least 10 of us that are interested in terms of your deliberations. I hope you'll take my remarks seriously. I think we're in a very narrow spot. It's not the same as Hormuz, but it's close. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me just throw out some more numbers. This kind of reminds me of killing the golden goose that's laying the golden egg with these development agreements. Not only do we have an almost $60 million obligation to Deep Well Ranch, but Storm Ranch, which is going in on the east side on that ridge overlooking Watson Lake. We've got $1 million obligation to run water and sewer mains there. On Granite Dells Ranch, we have a $7.25 million obligation for water and sewer infrastructure there. AED to run water out and sewer out to Section 33, $6.5 million. And then also we have the Fippen Trail crossing that's going to be starting here pretty soon, and that's a $10 million expenditure. And these are all in development agreements that we negotiated ourselves, and we have no one to blame but ourselves, if you ask me. So I just think that the taxpayers need to be aware of all this is going to be funded with debt. So anybody have any more comments?
I do, Madam
Yes,
Mayor.
Ted, thank you.
The best way to pay for this is to generate revenue, and we need to do a better job of coming up with ways to grow this economy, which was in the 2023 resident survey.
Okay, any more comments? If not, this meeting is adjourned, and we're going to be rescheduling the balance of the discussion at a near future date. Thank you.